External Affairs has begun issuing e-passports across the country to further strengthen passport security standards. Anyone who applied for a new passport or renewed on after May 28, 2025 will receive an e-passport. All right, moving on. Moscow and Naypyidaw have now concluded their third joint naval drill, Marmux 2025. The exercises have strengthened Russia's access to the Andaman Sea and widened its reach into the Indian Ocean. Here's a report on that.
Russia is stepping up its naval presence in Southeast Asia, with warships from its Pacific Fleet making a high-profile visit to Myanmar's Thilava port. 3 Russian Pacific Fleet warships sailed out of Thilava port with Myanmar Navy vessels, launching the third joint naval security exercise. This partnership gives Moscow a strategic entry point into the Andaman Sea and strengthens its reach towards the Indian Ocean. For China and the Asian nations, Russia's growing presence adds a new layer to an already competitive Indo-Pacific security landscape.
And in a dramatic turn of events following Sheikh Hasina's conviction and ultimately a death penalty that had been ordered by the Dhaka court. Now, we learned that Bangladesh former Home Minister Asaduzzaman Khan has given his first reaction to Republic Bangla, questioning the charges against him onto why was he charged, where the freedom fighters, and he said that as a special tribunal handed him a death sentence for his role, he went out all against it. Now, in the violent suppression of the 2024 Gen Z protest, the death sentence for Hasina was announced. Here is what the minister had told Republic.
For all these 3 counts, we have decided to inflict her with only one sentence, that is sentence of death.
Why they will charge against us? We are the freedom fighters. And Sheikh Hasina, our honorable Prime Minister, he is the daughter of our father of nation. You see, this is a plain verdict. We are ready to hear this verdict because what happened in the court, who run this court? The former Jamaat Islam leadership, they are managing everything, the court, the leader, they appointed everything. So what verdict will come, we know it. And you remember one thing, after August 5th, Pakistani government announced that we have taken the revenge of 71. So it is clear. It is invalid. Why this court will form and why they will charge against us? We are the freedom fighters. And Sheikh Hasina, our honorable Prime Minister, he is the daughter of our father of nation. And we fought against Pakistan. We fought against the supporter of that time. Jamaat Islam is এবং who formed Al-Badr Bahini, Rajagar Bahini, who helped Pakistani soldiers to enter our villages, and they village after village they burned and they raped our women. This was the scenario. So the people didn't forget this thing, and they are taking that revenge by this coup. Our Honorable Prime Minister clearly mentioned that if I would give them San Martin and Chittagong port, then no action, no nothing would come to me.
And moving on to the other stories that we are tracking, a major terror accused relating to the Gujarat terror module that was busted just few weeks back. Dr. Ahmad Saeed was attacked by jail inmates. Dr. Ahmad Moyuddin Saeed, an MBBS graduate from China, was arrested in connection with the plot which allegedly targeted crowded food markets in the national capital in Ahmedabad. Let's take a look at what happened.
Just a few days ago, a major terrorist plot was foiled by the Gujarat ATS involving the arrest of terrorist doctor Ahmed Moyuddin Saeed. And now it has been reported that the accused terror doctor Ahmed Moyuddin was recently attacked by his jailmates. The inmates were seen with sticks after the attack on Saeed.
जो ATS ने 3 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया था, जिनको कल रात अहमदाबाद जेल में लाया गया था, उनके साथ जेल में रहे हुए पुराने 3 जो कच्चे काम के कैदी है, उनके साथ उनकी मारपीट हुई है। और मारपीट में जो अहमद मोइनुद्दीन अब्दुल जिलानी करके हैं, उसके आंख के हिस्से में मारामारी लगी हुई है और उसके लिए पुलिस ने FIR दर्ज करके मामला दर्ज किया है और इन्वेस्टिगेशन हाल पुलिस कर रही है।
According to officials, Ahmed Saeed was staying in a high-security cell after his arrest, where he was attacked by 3 unidentified inmates.
3 प्राइमरी इंफॉर्मेशन में हमें 3 लोगों का नाम मिला है। एक है अनिल कुमार, जो यहाँ के अहमदाबाद के कागड़ापीठ पुलिस स्टेशन के 302 यानी पुराने मर्डर के आरोपी हैं। वो शिवम वर्मा अमराईवाड़ी पुलिस स्टेशन के मर्डर के काम में उनको पकड़ा गया है, और अंकित लोधी करके हैं जो साबरमती पुलिस स्टेशन के पॉक्सो के केस में उनको पकड़ा गया है।
Following the attack, an offence was registered under Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita section 118. During the attack, 2 other accused were also present with Saeed. It was revealed that Saeed was attacked near his eye.
आंख के हिस्से में अहमद को इंजरी हुई है और आंख के विजन में उसको यानी मुक्का मार के उसके साथ हाथापाई जैसी घटना हुई है। तो डॉक्टर के सर्टिफिकेट के हिसाब से आईपीसी की जो धारा है, पुराने आईपीसी की धारा के हिसाब से गुना रजिस्टर किया गया।
The official speaking on the incident said that the attack occurred around 7 a.m. in the morning. Earlier, ATS had transferred his custody to Sabarmati Jail in Ahmedabad. More information on the case is awaited as further investigations are currently underway.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
back Oliver Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in at the top story. Most wanted gangster Anmol Bishnoi is being deported from the US. The NRA will take custody of him. It's a big win for our Indian agencies as we keep getting you more updates. The headlines first. Let's get started. Gangster Anmol Bishnoi, 2 fugitives wanted in Punjab among 200 Indians deported by the US. Key accused in Baba Siddique murder case to land in India. NIA team arrives at the airport. Ajit Pawar's son, but not named in the rupees 300 crore Pune land deal report. PM Modi to hold talks with EPS in Coimbatore today. Crucial talks on the Tamil Nadu polls also on the cards. Security high as Hasina verdict triggers Bangladesh shutdown. Awami League calls for nationwide protest. Viewers, let's go to the big story. Picking up more details on gangster Anmol Bishnoi. Republic has accessed a fake passport that was used by Bishnoi to flee India. He identified himself in that passport as Bhanu Pratap to escape the watch of Indian agencies and flee. So we have put that passport out for you. You can see that passport. This is a fake passport used by Anmol Bishnoi, where instead of his real name, he's put the name of Bhanu Pratap. We've highlighted that for you. You can see the details on your screen of the passport. Just getting you back-to-back updates. Anmol Bishnoi is also, viewers, is also the brother of Lawrence Bishnoi, of jail gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. And Anmol Bishnoi has been deported from the US, will arrive in India. We have put the fake passport that he was using. So he was not even using his real name. He was using the name of Bhanu Pratap. The fake passport used has been accessed by Republic TV. I just want to go across to our colleagues. We have with us Ishan and we also have with us Chandrakala. So let's go to our reporters first. Yes, let's go to Chandrakala first. Chandrakala, I'm coming across to you right now. And I believe that you're at the NIA headquarters. We know that the moment that this wanted gangster Anmol Bishnoi arrives, he will be taken into custody by the NIA. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. What we are learning is that the flight has been delayed again. Of course, he will be landing. He's most probably landing by 12 p.m. In the afternoon, and after that, immediately he will be brought to the NI headquarters here in Delhi, and after that, he'll be produced. He's definitely he'll be produced today in the court, and because of course NIA will be seeking remand the custody of gangster Anmol Bishnoi, the younger brother of Lawrence Bishnoi. Now we know that multiple cases are pending, multiple criminal cases, 18 cases are pending as far as this gangster is concerned, and now the fact that he has been finally extradited to India, a big diplomatic win for both the nation. Now we know that apart from Anmol Bishnoi, there are 199 deportees who will be back to India today, will be landing in a while. He is, of course, we know that Anmol Bishnoi is the most wanted in Punjab. And of course, we know that the NIA has been tagging Anmol Bishnoi as one of the most wanted in different criminal charges, and he will be today facing legal charge. And then after that, decision will be taken as to what could be the next step. Of course, NIA will be seeking custody of Anmol Bishnoi. Now we know that he is one of the suspect of for murdering Baba Siddique, the former Maharashtra minister. Of course, we have heard his son, Siddique's son, speaking to us, where he is clearly mentioning of receiving an email from the US authorities about how he has been removed from the US. Now we know that this extradition process has been on the request of India in the year January last year, where the US Department has taken up this matter, and of course Anmol Bishnoi was arrested in November in 2021-24 by the US immigration authorities, but he was out on a bail. Now of course his extradition is very, very crucial for India, as well as, of course, we know that India has been cooperating with different countries as far as these fugitives are concerned. He has been on the run. Anmol Bishnoi has been on the run. He fled to the US on May 2022. This is what we are learning, and of course, anytime soon in the afternoon, he will be brought to NIA office here, NIA headquarters here in New Delhi, and after that, he will be produced in the court.
That is right. Anmol Bishnoi, hold on Chandrakala, I just want to tell our viewers exactly who Anmol Bishnoi is. Anmol Bishnoi is a brother of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi and wanted in many criminal cases, including the murder of NCP leader Baba Siddique, has been extradited from the US following a request from the Indian authorities and will arrive in New Delhi. So like Chandrakala was telling us, that is delayed. Around noon is when the time is expected for him to arrive. 199 deportees will be coming with Anmol Bishnoi, and they sent back by the Trump administration. A flight carrying Anmol Bishnoi and 2 fugitives wanted by the Punjab police and other deportees has already departed from the US. Okay, let's go to my other colleague. My colleague Ishan has been on the ground, and he's at the airport, Delhi airport, because that's where the arrival of Anmol Bishnoi is expected from. And also, as we wait for the arrival, which is delayed, Ishan, we also showed our viewers the fake passport that Anmol Bishnoi was using, where he, instead of putting his real name, he's put the name as Bhanu Pratap. Yes, Ishan.
Absolutely. We are all awaiting the arrival of Anmol Bishnoi at the Delhi airport. I'll ask my video to show the Delhi police team that has reached Delhi airport to apprehend Anmol Bishnoi, take him into custody, and then take him further into the city for NIA. The NIA team has also arrived at the Delhi airport, and Anmol Bishnoi had travelled to the United States. Anmol Bishnoi had travelled to the United States on a fake passport named Bhanu Pratap. Now, this fake passport is the primary reason which the Department of Homeland Security took him into custody in California last year. After taking him into custody in California, he was let out on bail but was constantly being monitored via an ankle monitor. Now, this type of ankle monitoring is being done to all people out on bail. After that, the requests were raised by the Indian authorities, the Ministry of External Affairs, the NIA and other agencies to deport Anmol Bishnoi from United States to India. After a year-long process, Anmol Bishnoi was finally being extradited back to India under several criminal charges. He is facing around 18 criminal charges, and the final investigation, current lead investigation agency is the NIA, and NIA will be taking into consideration all these 18 cases that have been registered against him. He will be produced before a magistrate court after the immigration process is completed at Terminal 3 of Delhi Airport. Once the immigration process is completed, he will be remanded into custody, and that remand will possibly be given to NIA. Right now we are not sure of that because the jurisdictional issues in this case are large, because he has 18 different cases registered against him, and now these 18 different cases are across nations and across states. So we will have to see which investigating agency gets custody of him first, because all of these 18 cases need to be investigated and justice needs to be prevailed. Back to you.
Yes, Ishan, I'm coming back to you right now. I want to stay with you because, you know, as we keep getting these live pictures from the Delhi IGI airport where Anmol Bishnoi will be finally coming and flying in, I also want to help our viewers understand the coordination which has taken place. Ishan, the coordination between the MHA, MEA, NIA, Mumbai Police, with the Trump administration, the Department of Homeland Security. So all of them have worked together for this moment to happen, for Anmol Bishnoi to be extradited back to India.
Absolutely. This has been a spectacular team effort wherein the Ministry of External Affairs, the NIA, the investigation agencies, FBI, Homeland Security and Department of Foreign Affairs in the United States have closely coordinated to ensure that around 200 deportees are sent back to India. This includes 3 criminals and 197 illegal immigrants from India. Now the Trump administration has modified its rules a lot, and it is a very different administration from the previous one, because the rules of deportation from the United States have been modified in ways wherein if the applicant has made illegal or false information in his immigration process, he will immediately be deported to his home country. In this case, Anmol Bishnoi was from India. He used a fake passport. He made false affidavits during his visa application, and that is the primary reason why Anmol is being deported back to India. And since he is a criminal, so therefore the involvement of the FBI and Homeland Security come into play.
All right.
Back to you.
Yes, Ishan, hold on. I request both our reporters to stay on, and in fact, I'm thanking both our reporters now because we also want to show you some more updates. Republic gets the first exclusive responses on the extradition of Anmol Bishnoi and how this is a big win for Indian agencies. Getting some reactions coming in.
अनमोल बिश्नोई को लाया जा रहा है, क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, इस चीज़ की प्रयास हमने यूएसए के जो अथॉरिटीज़ है वो काफ़ी समय से, मेरी जो फैमिली है वो कर रही है. उन्होंने मेल भी किए थे यूएसए के अथॉरिटीज़ को. हमने एज अ विक्टिम ऑफ द फैमिली हमें रजिस्टर भी किए थे, और यूएसए अथॉरिटीज़ ने हमें डिटेल्स दिए थे कि वो आयोवा जेल में अनमोल बिश्नोई डीएचएस ने उसको डिटेन किया है. और विक्टिम नोटिफिकेशन की तरफ से आज हमें ईमेल आया है कि अनमोल बिश्नोई को फेडरल गवर्नमेंट ने यूएसए से बाहर निकाला है. इसीलिए उसके बाद मैंने जो डिटेल्स ऑफिशियल्स को भी दिए, ऑनरेबल डिप्टी सीएम अजीत दादा को और ऑनरेबल सीएम साहब को भी मैंने बोलने की कोशिश की, अजीत दादा ने भी बोला होगा. तो यही प्रयास है कि अभी जो केंद्रीय सरकार है, राज्य सरकार है, वो जल्द से जल्द अनमोल बिश्नोई को लाइए, इंटरोगेट करे कि अनमोल बिश्नोई को किसने कहा था ये मर्डर करने के लिए, मेरे पिताजी का या उसका, जैसे अनमोल बिश्नोई का नाम आ रहा है मेरे पिताजी के केस में, तो किसी ने तो कहा होगा अनमोल बिश्नोई को ये करने के लिए. मास्टरमाइंड कौन है, और अनमोल बिश्नोई जो ये पूरे समाज के लिए इतना बड़ा थ्रेट है, उसे जो लाया जा रहा है वो एक अच्छी खबर है.
कितनी बड़ी जीत मानते हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह से काफ़ी दिनों से प्रयास चल रहा था और आप लगातार डिमांड कर रहे थे, क्योंकि आपके पिताजी का जो हत्या हुई थी उसमें भी उसका नाम है आया था, आप लगातार मांग रहे हैं, भारत की कितनी बड़ी जीत है?
देखिए, इसमें मैं जीत या हार के बारे में कुछ टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहूँगा. पहले मुझे ये देखना है कि अनमोल बिश्नोई को लाया जाए, उससे तरीके से इंटरोगेट किया जाए। और अभी तो मुझे यूएसए से जो डिटेल्स मिली है, मैंने आपको कहा है कि वो यूएसए से बाहर हो गया है, तो जब वो देश में आएंगे तब थोड़ा और भी बेहतर लगेगा कि जब वो देश में आएंगे उसको इंटरोगेट किया जाएगा, वो सच बोलेगा, तो उसके बाद हम कह सकते हैं कि असली जो एक्चुअल मास्टरमाइंड लोग हैं, जिसने अनमोल बिश्नोई को भी कहा है ये चीज़ करने के लिए, जब सब पकड़े जाएंगे तब वो असल में जीत होगी।
ये एजेंसी द्वारा जानकारी आ रही है कि उसको लेके आया जा रहा है, जल्दी मुंबई या दिल्ली के जेलों में होगा।
देखिए, मुझे तो ईमेल में ये कहा गया है कि उसे अमेरिका से बाहर किया गया है। अब बहुत सूत्रों से पता चल रहा है कि उसे दिल्ली लाया जा रहा है, उधर सिक्योरिटी भी बढ़ाई गई है। तो अगर ये ऐसा हो रहा है तो ये बहुत अच्छी बात है। उसे मुंबई भी लाया जाना चाहिए और इसमें कड़ी सी कड़ी इंटरोगेशन होना चाहिए कि मेरे पिताजी के मर्डर में और बाकी भी चीज़ों में अनमोल बिश्नोई जो पूरा एक इंटरनेशनल क्रिमिनल है, उसके ऊपर इंटरोगेशन की जानी चाहिए और ये इसके पीछे का मास्टरमाइंड ज़रूर फाइंड आउट करना चाहिए।
आपने जांच पे भी सवाल खड़ा किया था, कहीं कहीं इसको अगर अनमोल बिश्नोई को लाया जाता तो कहीं कहीं थोड़ा सा सहूलियत।
नहीं, देखिए, मैंने मेरे पिताजी को खोया है तो मैं कोई सहूलियत की बात नहीं कहूँगा, मगर मैं तब भी न्याय मांग रहा था। मेरी कोई व्यक्तित्व तौर पर किसी से कुछ भी नहीं है। मैं तब भी न्याय मांग रहा था और एक बेटे के रूप में आज भी न्याय मांग रहा हूँ। ये स्टेप्स है, अगर अनमोल बिश्नोई सच में भारत आता है और उसका इंटरोगेशन होता है तो अच्छी बात है, वही बताएगा कि कौन इसके पीछे है। और मुझे उम्मीद है कि आगे से जो इंटरोगेशन हो वो सही तरीके से हो।
देखिए, बहुत देर से इस प्रकार की कोशिशें की गई कि विदेश से बैठ करके यहाँ पर माहौल को ख़राब करना। भारत ने उस पर कड़ा एक्शन लिया गया है। उसी का परिणाम है कि आज जो अनमोल बिश्नोई जो भारत आएगा, तो और भी इस प्रकार की जो ताकतें हैं, चाहे वो कहीं भी बैठी हैं, किसी भी नाम पर काम कर रही हैं, उनको बर्दाश्त नहीं किया जाता।
Getting some updates coming in from Bihar, viewers. Just ahead of the expected swearing in of Nitish Kumar as the CM, we see that the focus is now shifted on to cabinet allocation. NDA leaders are meeting to finalize the cabinet sharing formula. The BJP is also to get 15 to 16 ministerial berths. JDU around 14, LJP around the last 3 plus 1 each for HAM and RLM. So this is a huge update. NDA is expected to go ahead and finalize the portfolio allocation. So that is the next update in terms of Bihar elections and the results. And now the next stage would be the government formation. I want to go across to, we'll go to Prakash in a short while from now, our editor special projects who will be joining us live from Bihar on this. So Nitish will be taking place. In the meanwhile, we see that there are a series of meetings which are happening with Nitish Kumar and the NDA leaders at his residence in Patna to discuss the formation of the new government after the ruling alliance secured the 3/4 majority, winning 202 out of 243 seats in the assembly elections. I want to go across to Prakash, who's joining us live. Prakash, NDA leaders are meeting to finalize the cabinet sharing formula. And if you could help our viewers understand, what can we expect next when it comes to ministerial berths and portfolio locations?
Well, this is not a meeting for finalizing ministers, but it is a meeting to finalize the leader of the respective parties. I'm here at the BJP headquarters, and in some time from now, the BJP will elect its leader. Now, the question is, will Samrat Chaudhary and Vijay Sinha be repeated as Deputy Chief Minister, and who will become the leader of the legislature party of the BJP, of both the Vidhan Sabha as well as the Vidhan Parishad? It is most likely that Samrat Chaudhary would be nominated as the leader of the opposition, leader of the legislature party, and there are talks going around that Vijay Sinha might be dropped, and there's one likely contender that has come up. His name is Nitin Naveen, the road construction minister, and he may be elevated. So all eyes are on the meeting here in the BJP, and thereafter the JDU will elect its leader Nitish Kumar, and then a joint meeting of the NDA will be held where Nitish Kumar will be elected as the leader of the NDA, and And once he's elected as the leader of the NDA at around 3:34 p.m., then Bihar Chief Minister Nitish Kumar, along with the leaders of the respective alliance partners, will go and meet Governor Arif Muhammad Khan to seek a mandate to form the government. Thereafter, he'll be invited for the oath-taking ceremony that will be held tomorrow. Once this leadership issue is resolved, thereafter, the ministerial berth will be decided later in the evening, and most likely one each from RLM, HUM, as well as Upendra Kushwaha's Chirag Paswan's party will be sworn in tomorrow, and the majority of the share will be taken by BJP and the JDU. And
yes,
the
absolutely,
issue
Prakash.
is the speaker's post, because in the Legislative Assembly, the chairman of the
Absolutely. Well, yes, thank you, Prakash. I'll be coming back to you for more as we get more updates on the story, Bihar government formation, and many meetings being held before that. Okay, so we see that we move ahead because Moscow and Myanmar have now concluded their third joint naval drill. This is a Maru Mex 2025. The exercises strengthen Russia's access to the Andaman Sea and widen its reach into the Indian Ocean. Take a look.
Russia is stepping up its naval presence in Southeast Asia, with warships from its Pacific Fleet making a high-profile visit to Myanmar's Thilava port. 3 Russian Pacific Fleet warships sailed out of Thilava port with Myanmar Navy vessels, launching the third joint naval security exercise. This partnership gives Moscow a strategic entry point into the Andaman Sea and strengthens its reach towards the Indian Ocean. For China and the ASEAN nations, Russia's growing presence adds a new layer to an already competitive Indo-Pacific security landscape.
Viewers are getting some more breaking updates coming in, and there are raids which are happening as we speak at the central jail in Jammu, viewers. And this is at the backdrop of a security situation in Jammu and Kashmir being tightened further, especially after the recent terror activities. So these are anti-terror intelligence unit and counter-intelligence. Jammu have launched coordinated raids inside Jammu Central Jail as part of a major crackdown on a suspected Pakistan-backed terror network operating from within Jammu and Kashmir prisons. Officials said that the operation aims to dismantle covert communication channels used by inmates to stay in touch with Pakistan-based handlers. Okay, let's go straight across to my colleague, Gursimran, joining us live. Gursimran, coming across to you, counterintelligence raids underway in Jammu jail. Many of these criminals inside Jammu jail are suspected to be in touch with Pakistan handlers. So these raids are coming in the backdrop of suspicion that there could be some communication between these criminals and Pakistan-based handlers.
Yes, counterintelligence Jammu is carrying out raids as we speak at the central jail in Jammu, as well as this is the fourth set of raids. First set of raid was in Rajouri and Kathua, then it was in the Udhampur, and then in the Kishtwar district jail they have carried out raids. As we speak, the raids are underway because this is a high-profile jail. Reason being that this houses many of the terrorists from Lashkar-e-Toiba, Hizbul Mujahideen, and also from the Jaish-e-Mohammed. So that is on the radar of the security agencies. And what the agencies are trying to do, they are trying to ensure that the jails in Jammu and Kashmir do not become a breeding ground for the criminal activities and the terror activities like what we have seen in Punjab, that the jails have become a breeding ground for such activities that are subversive to the sovereignty of India. So here the raids are underway. We are told that every barrack is being thoroughly searched. Even the relatives of the inmates, those who have come to meet them, they have also been stopped from meeting them till the time the raids are underway. We are told that the subsequent raids are also following in the Pune district also, where the jails are being thoroughly searched. So this is a part of a larger non-kinetic operation that was announced and directed by the DGP Nalin Prabhat on 6th of November and is continuing since then for last couple of weeks, 2 weeks it's been, and this non-kinetic operation is underway, in which more than 4,000 locations have been searched by the Jammu and Kashmir police, with over 300 being detained for the activities that are detrimental to the security.
All right, well, thank you for getting us those details, Gursimran. I'll be coming back to you for more on this developing story.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate the South India Natural Farming Summit at Coimbatore in Tamil Nadu. The purpose of the summit is to showcase the natural farming practice propagated by the organic farmer, late Namalavar, to the world. 5,000 farmers are expected to attend the summit. Fire broke out at a hotel in Collectorganj area early today. Now the fire brigade vehicles extinguished the fire. No casualties were reported. Heavy rains led to the water logging in Thoothukudi in Tamil Nadu. IMD has issued a yellow alert for the district. IMD also announced an orange alert for several areas in other districts. The weather agency said that low pressure area over the southwest Bay of Bengal and adjoining Sri Lanka had moved closer to the Comorin region. Ministry of External Affairs has begun issuing e-passports across the country to further strengthen passport security standards. Anyone who applies for a new passport or renewed one after May 28, 2025 will receive an e-passport. The 17th of November, now the Bangladesh court sentenced ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and her deputy Asad Uzzaman Khan to a death sentence for crimes against humanity during the 2024 Bangladesh student protest. In an exclusive interaction with Republic Media Network, Hasina's deputy gave his first reaction to the verdict, calling it invalid.
For all these 3 counts, we have decided to inflict her with only one sentence, that is sentence of death.
This is a plain verdict.
Well, I think the verdict is part of the political vendetta that has been organized and has been going on against.
Well, I think there was no surprise in the verdict which was given. It was quite expected that, this is the way the verdict will go, because it was, the whole process has been designed in such a way.
The Bangladesh court sentenced ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and her deputy Asad Uzzaman Khan Kamal to a death sentence for crimes against humanity during the 2024 Bangladesh student protest. Even former Inspector General of Police Chaudhry Abdullah Al Mamoon was found guilty of committing crimes against humanity. For the first time after a year, Hasina's deputy Asad Uzzaman Khan Kamal opened up.
You see, this is a plain verdict. We are ready to hear this verdict because what happened in the court, who run this court? Especially former Jamaat Islam leadership, they are managing everything, the court, the leader, they appointed everything. So
Ajit Pawar's son, Parth, not named, rupees 300 crore Pune land deal report. Coming up after a short break.
Bihar Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं तो आप
Viewers, top headlines tracking right now. Gangster Anmol Bishnoi, 2 fugitives wanted in Punjab among 200 Indians deported by the US. Key accused in Baba Siddique murder case to land in India. NIA team arrives at the airport. Ajit Pawar's son, part not named in rupees 300 crore Pune land deal report. PM Modi to hold talks with EPS and Coimbatore today. Crucial talks on 2026 Tamil Nadu polls also on the cards. Security high as Hasina verdict triggers Bangladesh shutdown. Awami League calls for nationwide protest. Viewers, well, I'm breaking up Shivangi Shukla. Air India has urgently sought government support and requested a high-level meeting at the PMO, which is being held today at 11:30 a.m. to push its proposal for using Chinese airspace amid mounting operational losses. Airline has asked for a 4,000 crore subsidy, becoming the only carrier to seek financial relief after Pakistan's airspace closure. Air India says that post the Pahalgam terror attack, detours around Pakistan have caused massive fuel and crew time losses. So this is what we see right now. Back-to-back updates coming in on Republic TV. Not the first time that we have seen Air India ask for a subsidy. This is another case. They want government support and requested a high-level meeting at PMO, which is being held today at 11:30 a.m. to push its proposal for using Chinese airspace and mounting operational losses. Airline has asked for 4,000 crore. I repeat, 4,000 crore subsidy, becoming the only carrier to seek financial relief after Pakistan's airspace closure. Let's go straight across to my colleague. Harsha, we've been speaking about this when we first broke the story. When we first broke this story, Harsha, we were asking why would a airline like Air India ask for subsidy of 4,000 crore rupees and no other airline has asked for subsidy here. Now that meeting will be happening, we believe, around 11:30 a.m. There's a high-level meeting taking place. Just take our viewers through latest coming in.
Yes, Shivangi, you rightly pointed out Air India is the only carrier who has sought 4,000 crore subsidy from the government of India. 2 weeks back, we flashed it. We broke this story when Campbell Wilson and P. Balaji, the group head of Air India themselves, came to the Ministry of Civil Aviation, met Minister Ram Mohan Naidu and sought and requested the ministry to push for the 4,000 crore subsidy approval, as there is a heavy, massive losses, they say, because of the detouring around Pakistan airspace, and it's costing them a lot of fuel and the crew losses as well. And today there's an urgent meeting which has been called. This is a high-profile meeting which has been called in the PMO and the aviation, and we tell you who all are the stakeholders. So the chairman of Airport Authority of India, the navigation specialist, the joint secretary and secretary from the Ministry of Civil Aviation, and Air India CEO Campbell Wilson, along with P. Balaji, all have already reached to the PMO. The meeting has already begun at the PMO, and it's a very important meeting because continuously Air India is pushing that Air India should be allowed to use China airspace, and in China also the major airspace which they are seeking the request and approval from the government is the Hotan airspace. Let me tell our viewers that the Hotan airspace is one of the airspace of the China which China has never allowed the access to. And here Air India wants that because of the heavy losses, the government of India should not only help them with the subsidy but with the airspace approvals as well. And therefore what they have written in the support needed, the Air India here says end-to-end monitoring of Air India flights on the Hotan route through the establishment of ATS routes between India and China. And Air India is stating access to diversion airports in China, including Hotan, Guangdong Airport, Kashi Landing International Airport, and infrastructure usability at the Urumqi Tanshan International Airport. These are the three major international airports in the China, and then the Air India is seeking requests from the government that there should be approvals for the access of diversion at these international airports in China. Also, Air India is stating that emergency diversions access to Srinagar International Airport and other designated defense airports as well. So it's not only the 4,000 crore subsidy demand, it's also the demand for the excess diversion towards the China International Airport, and this is international matter. This is something which continuously is the topic of the has been the topic of the discussion after the closure of the Pakistan airspace. And Air India is the only airline, not any other airline like Indigo or the or if you talk about Air Asia, if you talk about the other airlines, none of the other airlines have sought such support from the government of India. Only it is Air India. 2 weeks back it was a matter of 4,000 crore, but now this 4,000 crore rupees subsidy demand has reached directly to the PMO. And this urgent meeting, high profile meeting which has been called, there continuous push from the side of Air India. And let me tell you, it's not only the Air India but Secretary Ministry of Civil Aviation.
Harsha, I'm being joined by Saur Dwivedi, Pahalgam victim, Shubham's brother. I want to come across to you, Mr. Dwivedi. I'm coming across to you. Do you think it's justified that an airline is asking for 4,000 crores because of Operation Sindoor impact? Do you think it's justified, given the fact no other airline has asked for it? No other airline has asked for it, and it's a Tata Group owned aviation major.
Ma'am, I really don't think that this is justified, and they come from Tata Group, which has always stood with the nation during its needs. And now, since Mr. Ratan Tata is not here in this world, may God rest his soul in peace, this group is asking for subsidy because of Operation Sindoor. I believe what the victims have lost, I think any company, anyone doing businesses in this country hasn't lost anything. It was the 26 victims who lost their lives, and their families haven't asked for anything from the government apart from the strict actions towards Pakistan. So this is totally unjustified. This wasn't required. We have huge respect for Tata Group. Wherever needed, they have stood with the nation, and such kind of things will, somewhere hit their reputation. That's all.
Yes, Mr. Dwivedi, after the Pahalgam terror attack, it was a very unfortunate incident, and especially for your family as well. India and Pakistan have maintained a ban on each other's airspaces, respective airspaces. This is for all the airlines in India. You said it's not justified. However, why do you think that Air India is demanding compensation from the government? And what kind of precedent will this set for the other airlines and overall?
That is what I'm talking about. See, when you're doing business in a country which you belong to, you have to accept the circumstances. The government hasn't, just blocked the air routes because of some stupid reason. This is about national security, and we were under attack. So I feel this kind of behavior, asking compensation from the government, suddenly, all companies will stand up and ask for compensations if the country is in crisis. This is a time where, we should stand with the country, we should stand with the government instead of asking them for compensations. As I told, the 26 people who lost their lives, they were the victims of this. Their families were the victims of this. I don't understand why suddenly corporate companies are trying to become the victims of this whole scenario.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Saurabh Dave, the Pahalgam victim Shubham's brother, who is joining us here. But Republic has also confronted Air India CEO Campbell Wilson on this controversial demand. Watch how he dodged our cameras. This happened a few weeks ago.
Mr. Wilson, Air India is seeking temporary subsidy from government over...
Good morning, Harsha. How are you?
Disclosure.
How are you, Harsha, today? Nice to see you again.
Yes, but you have to respond to the questions. Why Air India is seeking
I'm wishing you good morning.
Subsidy?
Good morning. It's nice to see you.
But 4,000 crore temporary subsidy?
No. Good morning.
Not good morning, but we are asking the questions here. Why Air India is seeking temporary subsidy after the Pakistan
All right. Harsha, we heard that confrontation. You tried to speak to the Air India CEO. Initially, he tried to ignore our questions, but then he had to give a polite reply because we were asking him real questions, and he demanded real answers. Now this was a few weeks ago, has there been any kind of statement given from Air India, from the CEO post that? Do they really want to answer the question that Republic TV is asking on this issue?
Shwangi, we have been continuously trying to take a statement from Air India. We have written to them, we have mailed to them, but there has been no response from the Air India so far. It's bizarre that how Air India could be the only airline to be seeking subsidy of such a huge amount, rupees 4,000 crore from the government of India. And it was not only with Ministry of Civil Aviation, but today in the high-level meeting, which is right now underway at the PMO as well. In that meeting also, they have written in their PPT to the government that how much losses they are bearing. Here, I'll read it out for our viewers. Now, Air India is stating the estimated financial impact on account of the same is rupees 5,000 crore, broadly due to incremental fuel cost and incremental cost on maintenance, crew cost, hotel stay, and other admin cost, payload impact on passenger and cargo, yield impact due to larger flying times, etc. So, this is Air India. What is Air India is stating in its proposal to the government of India, to the PMO, is that 4,000 crore is justified because of the massive fuel costs, crew losses, the stay in the hotel, the extra manpower they are continuously deploying in the flight because the route is longer. There is the flight to the North America, there is flight to the UK and the Middle East as well. Everything is detoured because of the closure of the Pakistan airspace, and that is the reason why they want the subsidy of 4,000 crore. It's bizarre because what happened after Operation Sindoor is that continuously NOTAM has been issued and no airline has been asked to use the Pakistan airspace.
Yes.
But here, Air India is completely being anti-national. Air India doesn't care about the sentiment of the country. Moreover, Air India is bothered about the financial and monetary interest of the airline. And that is the reason why this meeting becomes very much important, because Secretary, Ministry of Civil Aviation himself is in the meeting for the same push for the approval of the China airspace and the approval of rupees 4,000 crore subsidy to the Air India from the government of India. And that is the reason right now in the PMO, the meeting is underway.
Yes, Harsha, I will come. Harsha, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you for more on this story. But it's a developing story, viewers. We'll get to all those details. Let's move ahead to some of the other stories we are tracking. A 3-member committee headed by Joint Inspector General of Registration Rajendra Muthe has now submitted its report on the controversial 300 crore Pune land deal involving a firm owned by Maharashtra Deputy CM Ajit Pawar's son, Parth Pawar. The committee indicted the 3 individuals already named in the related police FIR, but did not mention Parth, as his name did not appear on any of the documents reviewed. We'll try to go across to our reporters on this. This is a committee which was headed by Joint Inspector General of Registration IGR Rajendra Muthe, has indicted 3 individuals in the controversial 300 crore land deal involving Parth Pawar's company. And the report has not mentioned Parth Pawar himself. We're getting some reactions. Let's go to that.
विभागीय आयुक्त साहेबांकडे आम्ही कमिटीचा अहवाल सादर केलेला आहे. विभागीय आयुक्त साहेब हे नोंदणी महानिरीक्षक, सेटलमेंट कमिशनर आणि जिल्हाधिकारी यांचे अहवाल एकत्रित करून पुढील कारवाई करणार. अहवाल आम्ही आमचा दिलेला आहे. बाकी 2 डिपार्टमेंटचे अहवाल त्यांच्याकडे एकत्रित येतील आणि त्या अनुषंगाने ते पुढील कारवाई.
तुमच्या अहवालात काय जो अंतरिम अहवाल सादर केला तेच आहे की आणखी
अहवाल आम्ही सादर केलेला आहे.
All right, let's go to Vijay Kumbar, whistleblower in this case. Mr. Kumbar, you have written to PM Modi in this land sale case. What do you think about this report which has come out?
Listen, this report, though they have not directly indicted Parth Pawar, but they have indirectly indicted Parth Pawar as a partner of 90% partner of this Amedia enterprises. So he will be in trouble because of this report, I guess so. Basically, entire this land deal was a scam. They have sold government land for private purpose with help of the officers, and the officers involved in this case and these politicians are equally responsible of all this mess.
Okay, Mr. Kumbar, you have made some demands earlier, talking about transactions, investigating the roles. So you are saying that you're not satisfied with this report. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, entirely report. I am not satisfied with this entire report because there has to be wide inquiry. Who paid this? Who was involved? How this deal came into force? Who paid the money? This is not social work. They say that no 1 rupee has been transacted. Then how come this deal came into force? Either they have paid in cash or either they have paid in barter type. Otherwise, this deal won't have to be in force.
Yes, Mr. Kumbar, this is once again, if you could just point out the objections that you have with this report, point by point for our viewers, so we understand what your key objections are.
My first key objection is this land was government land. This was not inferior western land. So this transaction has to be investigated. Other thing is how much money, that means royalty or stamp duty, they have paid. Because if it was a western land, then they have to pay almost more than 150 crore rupees. If not, if they have paid this royalty or not. If royalty has been paid, who accepted this royalty? Because unless there is government order, nobody can accept such a royalty. And one more thing from this report comes out that they have done this mutation entry as a movable property. This is new thing I came to know today only. This transaction has been made citing as it is movable property. It is 40-acre land. Now they are selling it as a movable property. That's it. That is big scam. And every authority who have ignored all the government orders. How come this Shital Tejwani, a lady, mediator lady, paid 11,000 rupees to collector? And how come these people accepted this money? Because they are not authorized to accept this money unless there is specific government order or government has asked them to accept some money. In spite they do all these things, they are telling that we didn't know the thing. However, the Tehsildar and Amedia company has written several letters to the collector that we are doing this deal and we have done this deal and we are taking possession of this land.
All right. Okay. I'll just read out what this part of the report is. This is where you have the objection. You say that since Parth Pawar's name does not come on record in the entire sale deal, he cannot be indicted in the probe. The report, however, indicts all those who are directly involved in the deal, including the suspended government official Ravindra Taru. So this is what the report says. So you believe that there are some other officials, other people whose name does not figure at all in that report?
Yes, definitely. Because the collector knew that all these things, the divisional commissioner, the settlement commissioner's officers, all knew how to do this deal, this deal has been come into force. Even then, they overlooked all the legal things. They overlooked fees to be paid. They overlooked the transaction that has been happened. They overlooked that IT park cannot come in this place. So they ignored each and everything. Even they ignored the properties immovable. They have done this registration as movable property. How can any officer ignore such thing? Because there was some pressure from outside. Somebody told him to do so, and he has done that. So there are so many officers. They were responsible for supervision and do all the things, correct things, but they didn't do that.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Vijay Kumbar, whistleblower in this Pune land deal case, for joining us on Republic TV. Thank you so much. I just want to go across to our colleague as well. We have Meenakshi joining us live from Mumbai. Meenakshi, any kind of reaction coming in from Parth Pawar, from Ajit Pawar post this report which has come out? In this report, Ajit Pawar's son's name is missing, and some people are raising questions. For example, the whistleblower in this case, who we were talking to, they're raising questions about this report, whether it was done in a fair and transparent manner.
Well, Shivangi, we have not got any reaction from Ajit Pawar and his son Parth Pawar on this landscape. But it's a very controversial report because, as you told to, you mentioned that this report, what is the main points of this report? This report saying there are illegal transaction was done in this period on this Pune particular land deal, but this committee has held accountable 3 personals only, those name mentioned in sale deed. Now the question is, if someone is beneficiary from that land deal, why his or her name not mentioned in the report? Because we know that company which is involved in this Pune land scheme is Amedia Enterprise and is co-owned by Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar. And all details, all papers are there only, and till date, the Parth Pawar is the co-owner of that company. Parth Pawar was beneficiary by these deals. Why his name not came in this report? That's why this report is raising questions. As we asked the officials, and we have spoken with some officials of IGR, they are saying Parth Pawar's name is not in that deal. That's why they have not mentioned his name to this report. Why? Now, what is the main points they mention in the report is very important, because only Republic access the report, and according to report, in cases where stamp duty exemption is sought, the application must be examined and approved by the collector. Okay. Now, citing Section 18K of the Registration Act 1908, the report stated that documents should be considered complete only when that 7/12 extract not older than 1 month is submitted along with all documents establishing ownership. I spoke to this Joint Inspector General of Registration, and he told me that they already suspended the sub-register. But I asked him if only sub-registered is involved in this case. Is your department has taken any action to other people also? He said, no, I have not taken any action to other people also. Let me check. How much time they need? That's the main question. How much time they need? If is the reason is the Deputy Chief Minister's son Parth Pawar's company is involved with this case? That's why they are taking so much of time. And
absolutely, Meenakshi. Well, I will come back to you. I'll come back to you for more on this Pune land scam case. Ajit's son not named in the report, viewers. We will be tracking the story very closely. Let's move ahead, viewers.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
Prime Minister Modi will inaugurate the South India Natural Farming Summit at Coimbatore in Tamil Nadu. Purpose of the summit is to showcase the natural farming practices propagated by the organic farmer late Nammalavar to the world. 5,000 farmers expected to attend the summit. Fire broke out at a hotel in Collector-Ganj area today. Fire brigade vehicles extinguished the fire. No casualties were reported. Heavy rain led to waterlogging in Thudukudi in Tamil Nadu. IMD has issued a yellow alert for the district. IMD also announced an orange alert for several areas of Tirunelveli district. The weather agency said that low pressure area over the southwest Bay of Bengal and adjoining Sri Lanka had moved closer to the Comorin region. Ministry of External Affairs has now begun issuing e-passports across the country to further strengthen passport security standards. Anyone who applied for a new passport or renewed one after May 28th will receive an e-passport. Taking a short break right now, but do not go anywhere. We are live and breaking. Coming up next on the other side, Air India demands rupees 4,000 crores subsidy from government for Operation Sindoor Impact. Meeting at PMO underway.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional
Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरी राजा
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला स्टर करो पुदीना चटनी तैयार MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला
MDH
The infrastructure industry, the real estate industry, and everything associated with it eventually is a huge contribution, not just to the country's GDP, but to our overall potential to be a global player. What's the big picture? Let's set the context to this. Why are we doing this?
We are bringing about a very credible voice for the home buyers, for the real estate investors, through Republic TV's amazing platform.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us this Tuesday. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Oyana Mitra. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pahalgam terror attack was one which saw India come together and take a united hard stand against Pakistan, as we saw during Operation Sindoor. But there's one company, that is Air India, that has now landed itself in a controversy after it's demanding 4,000 crore rupees as compensation for reportedly the losses that it suffered during Operation Sindoor. Get you the details of that crucial meeting that is currently underway and a lot more, but first the headlines at 12 p.m. Air India demands 4,000 crore rupees subsidy from government for Operation Sindoor impact meeting underway at the Prime Minister's office. Gangster Anmol Bishnoi, 2 fugitives wanted in Punjab among 200 Indians deported by the United States. Key accused in the Baba Siddique murder case to land in India shortly. NIA team arrives at the airport. Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar not named in rupees 300 crore Pune land report. Prime Minister Modi to hold talks with Palaniswamy in Coimbatore today. Crucial talks on the 2026 Tamil Nadu polls also on the agenda. All right, viewers, that is the big breaking news of the hour. Air India has urgently sought government support and requested a high-level meeting at the Prime Minister's office, which is currently underway, in fact, to push its proposal for using Chinese airspace amid mounting operational losses. The airline has asked for a 4,000 crore rupees subsidy, becoming the only carrier to seek financial relief after Pakistan's airspace closure. Air India says that post the Pahalgam terror attack, detours around Pakistan have caused massive fuel and crew time losses. That is the big breaking news that we are getting in at the moment. Tata-owned Air India, ladies and gentlemen, is demanding a 4,000 crore rupees subsidy from the government of India, citing operational and financial losses during Operation Sindoor when Pakistan's airspace was closed. Republic TV had earlier, in fact, questioned Air India, confronted CEO Campbell Wilson over putting commercial interests of the airline over national interests, but there was no response that was given by Air India, and they had evaded responses to Republic. All right, let's go across to Harsha, my colleague who joins me live from the national capital. Harsha, you're tracking the developments of this meeting that is going on at PMO very closely. Give us the latest details that you're picking up.
So the latest detail is that the meeting was which was underway for more than 45 minutes. The meeting began at around 11:15 a.m. and we got to know that 11:30 a.m. precisely the officials, the Air India officials, the Campbell Wilson, Chairman Airport Authority of India, Secretary Mocha, they all reached the PMO office at around 11:30 a.m. and we are learning that it's been 30 minutes now. The meeting is about to conclude. The meeting is about to conclude at the PMO, and also this is this is very surprising. And as Air India CEO very well knows that it is not only the prerogative of Ministry of Civil Aviation to grant the subsidy and approve their request of 4,000 crore, and therefore continuous push is being made by all these stakeholders so that Air India gets the approval of 4,000 crore subsidy, which is a huge amount, as Air India is continuously stating that we should be allowed to use China airspace, Bhutan airspace, and also government should give us 4,000 crore subsidy because of immense loss which the airline is continuously bearing because of the Pakistan airspace closure. The detour which is happening around North America, United Kingdom, and towards several flights which are going towards Middle East, there's a massive fuel costing which is increased. There's a crew costing which is increased. There's a loss in terms of the crew. There's a loss in the terms of the hotel stay which is increased, and that is the reason this addition for 45 minutes which the airline is taking to go to different location, it is because of Pakistan airspace closure. And that is the reason why this high profile meeting was conducted at PMO today with all these stakeholders from Ministry of Civil Aviation, from Air India and the Airport Authority of India, and the navigation experts as well from AAI were there at the meeting with the PMO officials, and they themselves were continuously stating that how government should give them the subsidy of 4,000 crore. This is bizarre because Air India is the only airline in our country which is seeking the financial support from the government, and the sentiments of the country and the people who lost their loved ones, who lost their family ones in the Pahalgam terror attack, it's above all for Air India. For Air India, these sentiments don't matter at all. After Pahalgam attack, Air India has precisely mentioned in its presentation that after Pahalgam attack, Air India is facing immense financial losses, and therefore government should help Air India by giving the subsidy of 4,000 crore. And this was the second meeting. Before this, earlier when we confronted Campbell Wilson, at that time the meeting was held at Ministry of Civil Aviation, but now today the meeting was conducted at PMO. Back to you.
Yeah. Harsha, I request you to stay on with me because joining us live this morning, this afternoon is Saurabh Dwivedi. He is the brother of Pahalgam victim Shubham Dwivedi. Saurabh, thank you for connecting with us. First up, your response to this controversial demand that has been put forth to the central government by national carrier Air India.
See, what I believe is that Operation Sindoor was something related to national security of this country. The government made a response to a terror attack, and 26 families lost their family members. I lost my brother over there. So we 26 families who were the real victims of this terror attack, we haven't made any demands from the government apart from the only demand that we should be stricter towards Pakistan. We should give them a proper response. Now, after months, a corporate company coming out and claiming 4,000 crores in the name of an operation done against terrorism. This is something which I believe is not justifiable in any way. First of all, no other airlines had made any kind of demand apart from Air India. Second thing is the airspace closing was done by Pakistan as a response to our operation. So the whole country, somehow suffered during that phase, and Air India wasn't the only one. So they should stop playing victims in this kind of scenarios. Now, Air India comes from Tata Group, which has always stood with the nation during times of crisis, be it 26/11 attack or any other attacks. They have always stood with the people. Doing such kind of things, somehow affects their, popularity and the legacy which have been created, throughout the years. So such demands, I don't believe they are politically correct, or financially also I'm not understanding how they are claiming this from the government.
Yes. All right, Saurabh, thank you for joining us this morning, giving us your perspective on this matter, keeping a close watch on that story, ladies and gentlemen. Harsha, meanwhile, I request you to stay on with me because we have more breaking news coming in. 272 eminent citizens consisting of 16 judges, 123 retired bureaucrats, including 14 ambassadors. 133 retired armed force officers have now written an open letter condemning leader of opposition of the Lok Sabha and Congress parties' attempts to tarnish constitutional bodies like the Election Commission of India. This is a letter that has now condemned Rahul Gandhi's consistent attack on the Election Commission, his repeated allegations of vote chori and bias of the Election Commission, alleged bias of the Election Commission in favor of the BJP. Now, 272 eminent citizens have now taken on the Congress party challenging their claims. Let's go back to my colleague Harsha for more on this. Harsha, give us more details about what this letter exactly states and what we can expect next.
So this is a letter which has been signed by the retired judges, retired bureaucrats, retired army officers, all those people who for whom these constitutional bodies matter. Not to forget that it is a high time that someone should hold Rahul Gandhi question. Someone should question Rahul Gandhi, and he should be held questionable for continuously tarnishing the image of the constitution body. And it has been continuation with the Chief Election Commissioner. Ganesh Kumar has been the...
All right, Harsha, I'll come back to you. Harsha, stay on with me. I'll come back to you in just a second, because joining us on the phone line is our executive editor Aishwarya Kapoor with more details. Aishwarya, over to you. All right, we'll connect with Aishwarya in just a short while. Harsha continues to be with us. Harsha, give us the details of this letter.
Yes, I was, as I was telling our viewers that, Rahul Gandhi has been questioning and politically tarnishing. And, the witch hunt from the side of Congress party is in continuation since the SIR in Bihar was conducted. And right now, what we are learning is that all these eminent personalities, 272, in which there are retired judges and there are the retired bureaucrats and the retired army officers, in an open letter with all these signatories, they have written an open letter where they are condemning Rahul Gandhi. And it's a high time that Rahul Gandhi should be held questionable for his acts, because continuously he has been attacking Chief Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar as well since the time the SIR in the Bihar was conducted. And not once, not twice, not thrice, there has been multiple events where Rahul Gandhi has time and again not only questioned Chief Election Commissioner but also the Supreme Court, the security agencies, the army bodies. He has been questioning each and every one, and that is the reason why Rahul Gandhi should now respond, which he has not been responding. Whenever at the press conference, the people, whenever the media persons have asked him that why he is not going to Election Commission, why he is not giving the complaints in written, he has no response to that. He always says that no, my only job is to give the PPT and presentation, and this is the Election Commissioner's job. And time and again, Election Commissioner Ganesh Kumar has continuously told Rahul Gandhi that all these claims and objections are baseless. There's no proof, there's no evidence, there has been zero appeals in Bihar, and same with the process which is undergoing in West Bengal, in Assam and other places as well. We are seeing the witch hunt from the side of Rahul Gandhi, which, from past 6 months we are continuously watching in the parliament, outside the parliament. The winter session will begin from 1st of December, and again the opposition party and majorly Rahul Gandhi decides that the attack on the constitution body will not stop, and that is the reason why all these eminent personalities now have come together, asking question to Rahul Gandhi that he can't condemn constitution bodies just like that. Be it Supreme Court, be it security agency, be it Chief Election Commission, none of it could be in question by Rahul Gandhi, because the agencies have been doing their work. They have been working against the anti-money laundering people. At each and every ladder, they have been working continuously. The army officers, who responded after what happened in Operation Sindoor. After that, Rahul Gandhi even questioned army officers. He questioned the army of the country, and that's bizarre. That's astonishing on the part of Rahul Gandhi, how he has been continuing his witch hunt against the main constitution bodies of the country, and that is the reason why all these eminent personalities have come together. Now we have to look forward exactly what will happen after this open letter, but it has the signature of 272 eminent personalities, which includes judges, retired bureaucrats and retired army officers as well. Back to you.
Yep. Harsha, Rahul Gandhi has held a series of press conferences. He's questioned the Maharashtra elections, the Karnataka elections, and most recently the Haryana elections. And all of this letter is coming at a very critical time when we have seen the impact of the ECI's SIR exercise in Bihar. And with the Election Commission of India specifically coming out and even rebutting Rahul Gandhi on the fact that there were 0 appeals that were filed by the opposition leaders in Bihar, or for that matter of fact, in any other state.
Yes, you rightly pointed out there has been 0 appeals, there has been 0 claims and objections from the voters in the Bihar after the SIR was conducted, and CC, be it the allegation on Maharashtra, be it the allegation on the Haryana, the CEO of the Maharashtra and Haryana both responded to Rahul Gandhi that how baseless these allegations are. In fact, the Republic team went to the Haryana as well. There was a ground report which we filed from the Rai village as well, where we saw that the claims and objections from Rahul Gandhi and the allegations which were put out at CEC was completely false. Each and every voter in Haryana stated that their vote was right. Rahul Gandhi doesn't have the knowledge about the RP Act 1950. Rahul Gandhi hasn't read RP Act 1951. Rahul Gandhi has no idea about the numbering of the houses in Panchayat and municipality. Rahul Gandhi has 0 clue about how the numbering of the lands has been done, how those voters were real. Those were not the fake voters.
Yes.
And the rebuttal from not only the CEC but also from all the bodies have continuously come. So there's a slap on the face of the Rahul Gandhi himself, who has been questioning constitution body rather than reading out the Act of 1950 and 1951 himself. Back to you.
Yes, absolutely. Harsha, I'd request you to stay on with us because joining us live is Ambassador Deepak Vora. He's also one of the signatories of this letter. Mr. Vora, thank you for joining us live this afternoon, sir. What is the message that you're trying to send to the Congress party via this letter?
Well, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you. Please go
All right.
ahead.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be with you on your amazing channel. Now, let me put it across very clearly. I've been ambassador to 6 countries, 52 years in diplomacy and counting. I'm 74 years young. What do we do when we are overseas, or when I'm here, I'm special advisor in 3 African countries? We tell them that India can be a role model for them. Look at our democracy. Despite all its flaws, all its weaknesses, it has survived unbroken, whereas both our neighbors have seen periods of military rule. We have not. And I tell African nations where I'm special advisor, think about it. Then they come back and tell me, but your own chap, a certain you're showing him on television right now, that he says this, that, and the other, your elections are flawed, your system is flawed. Ma'am, that undermines our own credibility. I think this gentleman should behave with greater responsibility, because what are we trying to do? We are trying to hold up India as a role model for the developing world. And this really makes it that much more difficult for us. I don't know what he expects to gain. We are already the 4th largest economy in the world, the 3rd most powerful military, the best diplomacy in our history. People really adore India. They are looking to us. And here comes somebody who said, no, it's all rubbish, and this is bad, that is bad. It's easy to make allegations. Unfortunately, and I say this very deliberately, unfortunately, we do not have the law of tort as strong as it is in the United States, where I've been privileged to serve. Over there, oh, no. Something like this, the fellow would have probably been locked away for 100 years. Because you can't damage your own country. You can damage anybody else. And I'm saying this not only to this representative of a particular party, but to any party that seeks to undermine India's dignity and respect globally. Don't do it. It doesn't serve anybody's purpose except that of your masters. I don't know who is motivating you, provoking you to do this, but if you are an Indian, I expect you to stand up and be counted. Yes, we have weaknesses. What we need is your cooperation in dealing with those weaknesses. Criticism is not warranted, ma'am. It doesn't help.
Absolutely. Mr. Vora, but the point over here is also that his outrage, the Congress party's outrage has been very selective. If we talk about their repeated attacks against the Election Commission and questioning the integrity and, the democratic functioning of elections in this country, sir, we've seen that he has not raised questions at the poll bodies in those states in which Congress is in power. So, he's held all these press conferences one after the other, questioning elections in Maharashtra and most recently in Haryana. But there's no word on, those states where the Congress party, or for that matter, any of the opposition alliance members are in power. So how do you really view this selective outrage, and where is this really leading the party, sir?
Into a hellhole. That's where it's leading the party, with no hope of recovery. Yeah, of course it's selective. He has selective amnesia. Look at the way we are racing ahead, ma'am. Nobody said the elections that were held in Bihar recently were fixed. Nobody has said that. But this gentleman will come out and say something, ye karo, wo karo, vote chori and all that business. No, not at all. Do you know something, ma'am? Here's a figure I want to give you. 22 countries that have held elections, 22 have sought the support of the Election Commission of India. Either our people have gone there or their people have come there. We've trained them. We actually continue to train people on how to hold democratic elections. Why do they come to us? Because they tell us, ma'am, and I say this with great pride, they tell us that your democracy is the kind of thing that we want in our own country. It's rambunctious, it's loud, it's this, that, and the other, but it works. Now, that is important. I think what is hurting these people, I will hesitate to call them anti-national, but what is hurting them is that we are racing ahead. We're unstoppable. And this militates against the narrative that they try to create. Bharat mein ye nahi ho raha, wo nahi ho raha, the Muslims are being slaughtered, this, that, and I hear all kinds of nonsense. But let me put it to you as bluntly as possible. Millions of people watch your show.
Yes.
The world in 2025 will be growing on an average at 2.5%. And we are likely to grow, and this I'm saying as an economist, by close to 9%. Thank you, Deepavali, where beta people like you spent 70 billion as 9 zeros, US dollars. 90% of what you bought was made in India. And the marriage season is on us now. You will be spending 100 billion. So this is what is propelling the economy forward. Why are these guys indulging in petty politicking? For what? You're trying to get 5 extra votes here while you damage India's international reputation. No. This is the biggest cheap shot in the world, what this gentleman is trying to say.
Right, sir. Ambassador Vora, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon and giving us your take on the matter. We'll keep coming back to you as and when, sir. For the moment, viewers, let's quickly move on to everything else that is making news across the country. This is Bharat in 1 minute.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to inaugurate the South India Natural Farming Summit at Coimbatore in Tamil Nadu today. The purpose of the summit is to showcase the natural farming practice propagated by the organic farmer late Nammalvar to the world. 5,000 farmers are expected to attend the summit. A fire broke out at a hotel in Collectorganj area earlier today. Fire brigade vehicles extinguished the fire. No casualties were reported. Heavy rains led to waterlogging in Thoothukudi in Tamil Nadu. The IMD has issued a yellow alert for the district. The IMD also announced an orange alert for several areas of Tirunelveli district. The weather agency said that the low pressure area over the southwest Bay of Bengal and adjoining Sri Lanka had moved closer to the Comorin region. The Ministry of External Affairs has begun issuing e-passports across the country to further strengthen passport security standards. Anyone who applied for a new passport or renewed one on or after the 28th of May this year will receive an e-passport. All right, we have some breaking news coming in. Being carried out in the entire area close to Nanak Post in Uri. This is an infiltration bid that has been foiled along the line of control in the Uri sector, and we are awaiting more information on this operation that is currently underway. But as we understand, a major infiltration bid has now been foiled in the Uri district, where gunshots were heard during search operations by the joint forces. Zeenat, my colleague, joins me live with more details. Zeenat, give us more information about this operation, the search operations that are underway.
This is an infiltration point that is foiled by the Indian Army, the people, the forces that are posted along the line of control. And this is the area of Nanak Post in Uri, where the gunshots were. There have been the reports about the possible infiltration, and the joint security forces had got an alert about the movement of the terrorists, and with the result, the extensive massive operation was launched by Indian Army, BSF, and the Jammu and Kashmir police. Although the search continues in the area, because there have been the modern machinery also that has been deployed, because that helps you to detect the movement of anybody who tries come close to the line of control. This is the Uri sector of North Kashmir's Baramulla, where the gunshots were heard. Meanwhile, the official confirmation in the regard is still awaited.
Right. Zeenat, do we know about... All right, Zeenat, I'll come back to you for more details on that story. For the moment, we have to move on to more breaking news coming in. Viewers, this time it's Mehbooba Mufti's daughter, Iltija, who has now sparked controversy by attempting to justify the Red Fort terror attack, claiming it's linked to Kashmir's persecution. This move has been widely criticized, many accusing the Mufti family of escalating their campaign to defend the terrorists. So there you have it, viewers. Another day, another apologist-like remark from the opposition, defending the terrorists, taking a soft approach against those who have orchestrated the 10/11 conspiracy case that has led to the loss of 13 lives. This time it's Mehbooba Mufti's daughter, Iltija, who has escalated this campaign to defend the terrorists. She has tried to justify the terror attack, claiming persecution, and linked it to Kashmir. In fact, just to get you more details of what she said, she said that when a doctor is meant to save lives decides to blow himself up, not only does it unsettle me, but as a Kashmiri, it makes me introspect and wonder where we are headed towards. And she's also gone on to say that Kashmiris are trapped in a vicious cycle, and she's gone on to justify the terror attack. Earlier, we saw a string of Congress leaders, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, it was PDP chief Mehbooba Mufti herself who had earlier appealed to take a soft approach on the terrorists, to treat them with humanity. Then yesterday, we had a string of Congress leaders who came forward to justify what these conspirators did at the Red Fort. And now we have another statement by a Gupkar gang member. This is Mehbooba Mufti's daughter, who has now escalated this narrative to defend the conspirators of the 10/11 blast case. All right, in just a short while from now, we'll get in a word from our correspondent on the responses that are coming in on this. But this is the latest leader, ladies and gentlemen, opposition leader, who has gone on to campaign and defend this white-collar jihad module. There is no word on the investigation so far. The facts are out. We have consistently seen how this carefully planned conspiracy against India by this white-collar terror jihad module has attempted to threaten the nation. But no word on that. Instead, she's gone on to defend the perpetrators. Let's listen in to a reaction that is coming in from the BJP. All right, we slip into a short break, but on the other side, we'll get you the details of the extradition, the successful extradition of gangster Anmol Bishnoi. 2 other fugitives were set to be dragged back shortly. Also, key accused in the Baba Siddique murder case. It's a big win for the Indian agencies. Gangster Anmol Bishnoi dragged back to India. Fresh developments and updates on the other side. Stay with us.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये हित तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत
Viewers, top headlines. Air India demands rupees 4,000 crore subsidy from government for Operation Sindoor impact. Meeting at PMO held. $272 signatories to letter written against Rahul Gandhi, former judges, ambassadors, veterans' right, open letter. Gangster Anmol Bishnoi, 2 fugitives voted in Punjab among 200 Indians deported by the US. Key accused in Baba Siddique murder case to land in India, NIA team arrives at the airport. Ajit Pawar's son Parth not named in rupees 300 crore Pune land deal report. PMO day to hold talks with EPS in Coimbatore today. Crucial talks on 2026 Tamil Nadu polls also on the cards. Hello viewers, we are live in breaking. I'm Shivang Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. Getting inside details on Anmol Bishnoi's extradition. He was wanted in connection with the murder of NCP leader Baba Siddique. So this is the big update we're getting for you right now. Inside details on his extradition. Remember, his extradition is coming as a very, very big win for our agencies. He was detained in California last year and has now been in US in custody since. He was placed under an anklet monitor, an electronic device worn on the ankle that tracks the wearer's location through GPS. Bishnoi was deported from Louisiana, USA to India. Now the anklet monitor ensures the accused remains within a designated area and sends alerts if removal is attempted. This device is commonly used for house arrest, probation, parole or court-ordered surveillance, making it a very key tool in monitoring suspects like Bishnoi. So, big update coming in, viewers. Baba Siddique murder case, plotters, extradition is complete. We have put those pictures out for you on a screen. We have also spoken to the son of Baba Siddique, Zishan, who has said that they were waiting for this moment. I think we have Chandrakala. Let's go to Chandrakala, who's joining us. Chandrakala, we have the inside details, and on our screens the fake passport used to flee India, where instead of his real name we see that he used the name was Bhanu Pratap in that fake passport we showed. But let's talk about the latest inside details. You know, he is being monitored. There's an anklet which he was wearing earlier, where this anklet helps authorities trace the location and track the wearer's location through GPS. What's the latest coming in?
Well, in fact, no, it was in November last year, of course, on India's request that the U.S. authority, the American officials have taken up this matter. This case, of course, that he was being arrested in November last year by the American officials because of traveling with a fake passport. Now, what we are seeing, of course, we know that the passport that has come, we have access to, of course, he has, it's in the name of Bhanu Pratap. It's completely a fake passport. passport. He was traveling with a fake passport. Of course, we know that, several other 18 criminal charges are filed against him. Now, we of course, India wants him on various violent crimes, including the murder of former Maharashtra Minister Baba Siddique and also the Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala, for that matter. But we are, given to learn that, the Mumbai police had sent 2 proposals for extradition of Anmol Bishnoi, and of course now that he will be arrested formally by the NIA here in New Delhi. He's finally being extradited after years of efforts by various government officials and teams, Indian officials and government teams. Of course, he will be he's now extradited to India. He will be brought back to India from sometimes now, as we know that the flight has been currently being delayed right at this moment. But yes, a huge win for India right at this moment as far as such fugitive crime are concerned. Now the fact that he was traveling with a fake passport, which is in the name of Bhanu is very concerning, as of course he was detained by the US authorities in November last year, but he was out on bail. Now, of course,
Chandrakala, I'll come back to you. She's at the NIA headquarters, Chandrakala, because that's where NIA will take Anmol Bishnoi into custody. I want to go back to Ishan. Ishan, how much more time left for Anmol Bishnoi to really land here? We are waiting for this for the past few hours. We know that his landing was delayed. Any update on this?
We have information that the landing of the aircraft has taken place. However, he has not come out of the gate. Behind me is the special entry gate where the Delhi police team is awaiting his arrival. Once he has arrived, he will be going through immigration process. After the immigration process, he will be led out from this gate and then be handed over to the Delhi police team waiting at the gate. From here, Delhi police team will be taking him into custody and then thereafter proceeding to the NIA building and then requesting for his remand. Once he is remanded, he will be interrogated, questioned, and evidence will be taken on him. Once this procedure is complete, thereafter the criminal litigation proceedings will begin. So as part of his arrest, we are waiting, and I'll ask my VJ to show the visuals behind me. The Delhi police team is also eagerly awaiting the arrival of Anmol Bishnoi. Once he has arrived at the airport, Delhi police team, who is already here, senior officials of Delhi police have also reached the spot and are waiting for him to come out. This is the VIP gate of Terminal 3. A lot of VIP dignitary movements take place at this gate, and now Anmol Bishnoi will be coming out of this gate once he arrives at New Delhi. Reports had come in of his plane being landed. However, he has not yet come out of this gate.
Right. So you're saying the plane has landed. However, he's yet to come out. Anmol Bishnoi is yet to come out, viewers, and Ishan is getting us those details. Thank you, Chandrakala and Ishan. Republic gets the first exclusive responses on the extradition of Anmol Bishnoi and how this is a big win for Indian agencies. Many reactions coming in. Let's play them out for you now.
अनमोल बिश्नोई को लाया जा रहा है, क्या कहेंगे?
नहीं, देखिए, इस चीज़ की प्रयास हमने यूएसए के जो अथॉरिटीज़ है वो काफ़ी समय से, मेरी जो फैमिली है वो कर रही है. उन्होंने मेल भी किए थे यूएसए के अथॉरिटीज़ को. हमने एज अ विक्टिम ऑफ द फैमिली हमें रजिस्टर भी किए थे, और यूएसए अथॉरिटीज़ ने हमें डिटेल्स दिए थे कि वो आयोवा जेल में अनमोल बिश्नोई DHS ने उसको डिटेन किया है. और विक्टिम नोटिफिकेशन की तरफ से आज हमें ईमेल आया है कि अनमोल बिश्नोई को फेडरल गवर्नमेंट ने यूएसए से बाहर निकाला है. इसीलिए उसके बाद मैंने जो डिटेल्स ऑफिशियल्स को भी दिए, ऑनरेबल डिप्टी CM अजीत दादा को और ऑनरेबल CM साहब को भी मैंने बोलने की कोशिश की. अजीत दादा ने भी बोला होगा. तो यही प्रयास है कि अभी जो केंद्रीय सरकार है, राज्य सरकार है, वो जल्द से जल्द अनमोल बिश्नोई को लाइए, इंटरोगेट करे कि अनमोल बिश्नोई को किसने कहा था ये मर्डर करने के लिए, मेरे पिताजी का या उसका, जैसे अनमोल बिश्नोई का नाम आ रहा है मेरे पिताजी के केस में, तो किसी ने तो कहा होगा अनमोल बिश्नोई को ये करने के लिए. मास्टरमाइंड कौन है, और अनमोल बिश्नोई जो ये पूरे समाज के लिए इतना बड़ा थ्रेट है, उसे जो लाया जा रहा है वो एक अच्छी खबर है.
कितनी बड़ी जीत मानते हैं, क्योंकि जिस तरह से काफ़ी दिनों से प्रयास चल रहा था और आप लगातार डिमांड कर रहे थे, क्योंकि आपके पिताजी का जो हत्या हुई थी उसमें भी उसका नाम है आया था. आप लगातार मांग रहे हैं, भारत की कितनी बड़ी जीत है?
देखिए, इसमें मैं जीत या हार के बारे में कुछ टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहूँगा। पहले मुझे ये देखना है कि अनमोल बिश्नोई को लाया जाए, उससे तरीके से इंटरोगेट किया जाए। और अभी तो मुझे यूएसए से जो डिटेल्स मिली है, मैंने आपको कहा है कि वो यूएसए से बाहर हो गया है, तो जब वो देश में आएंगे तब थोड़ा और भी बेहतर लगेगा कि जब वो देश में आएंगे उसको इंटरोगेट किया जाएगा, वो सच बोलेगा, तो उसके बाद हम कह सकते हैं कि असली जो एक्चुअल मास्टरमाइंड लोग हैं, जिसने अनमोल बिश्नोई को भी कहा है ये चीज़ करने के लिए, जब सब पकड़े जाएंगे तब वो असल में जीत होगी।
ये एजेंसी द्वारा जानकारी आ रही है कि उसको लेके आया जा रहा है, जल्दी मुंबई या दिल्ली के जेलों में होगा।
देखिए, मुझे तो ईमेल में ये कहा गया है कि उसे अमेरिका से बाहर किया गया है। अब बहुत सूत्रों से पता चल रहा है कि उसे दिल्ली लाया जा रहा है, उधर सिक्योरिटी भी बढ़ाई गई है। तो अगर ये ऐसा हो रहा है तो ये बहुत अच्छी बात है। उसे मुंबई भी लाया जाना चाहिए और इसमें कड़ी से कड़ी इंटरोगेशन होना चाहिए कि मेरे पिताजी के मर्डर में और बाकी भी चीज़ों में अनमोल बिश्नोई जो पूरा एक इंटरनेशनल क्रिमिनल है, उसके ऊपर इंटरोगेशन की जानी चाहिए और ये इसके पीछे का मास्टरमाइंड ज़रूर फाइंड आउट करना चाहिए।
आपने जांच पे भी सवाल खड़ा किया था, कहीं कहीं इसको अगर अनमोल बिश्नोई को लाया जाता तो कहीं कहीं थोड़ा सा सहूलियत
नहीं। देखिए, मैंने मेरे पिताजी को खोया है तो मैं कोई सहूलियत की बात नहीं कहूँगा, मगर मैं तब भी न्याय मांग रहा था। मेरी कोई व्यक्तित्व तौर पर किसी से कुछ भी नहीं है। मैं तब भी न्याय मांग रहा था और एक बेटे के रूप में आज भी न्याय मांग रहा हूँ। ये स्टेप्स है, अगर अनमोल बिश्नोई सच में भारत आता है और उसका इंटरोगेशन होता है तो अच्छी बात है, वही बताएगा कि कौन इसके पीछे है। और मुझे उम्मीद है कि आगे से जो इंटरोगेशन हो वो सही तरीके से हो।
And a major crackdown in Jammu, viewers. A counter-intelligence unit of Jammu and Kashmir police raided the high-security central jail, home to hardcore Pakistani and local terrorists. Here is a report. Take a look.
The high-security Court Balwal Central Jail in Jammu turned into a massive search zone today as the counter-intelligence Jammu unit launched coordinated raids inside the complex. Teams moved through multiple blocks of the prison, which houses hardcore Pakistan militants, local terrorists and notorious criminals. The operation aims to dismantle a terror network reportedly being run from inside the jail. Investigators are tracking possible links with Pakistan-based handlers. These raids come amid an intensifying investigation into the recently exposed white-collar terror module and the Red Fort car blast of November 10.
Counterintelligence Jammu is carrying out raids as we speak at the central jail in Jammu, as well as this is the fourth set of raids. First set of raid was in Rajouri and Kathua, then it was in the Udhampur, and then in the Kishtwar district jail they have carried out raids. As we speak, the raids are underway because this is a high-profile jail. Reason being that this houses many of the terrorists from Lashkar-e-Toiba, Hizbul Mujahideen, and also from the Jaish-e-Mohammed. So that is on the radar of the security agencies. And what the agencies are trying to do, they are trying to ensure that the jails in Jammu and Kashmir do not become a breeding ground for the criminal activities and the terror activities like what we have seen in Punjab, that the jails have become a breeding ground for such activities that are subversive to the sovereignty of India. So here the raids are underway. We are told that every barrack is being thoroughly searched. Even the relatives of the inmates, those who have come to meet them, they have also been stopped from meeting them till the time the raids are underway. We are told that the subsequent raids are also following in the Pune district also, where the jails are being thoroughly searched. So this is a part of a larger non-kinetic operation that was announced and directed by the DGP Nalin Prabhat on 6th of November and is continuing since then for last couple of weeks, 2 weeks it's been, and this non-kinetic operation is underway in which more than 4,000 locations have been searched by the Jammu and Kashmir police, with over 300 being detained for the activities that are detrimental to the security.
Big breaking updates. Let's go to the new update. Viewers, investigation agencies probing the Red Fort car blast have uncovered crucial leads suggesting the incident may be a part of a larger Jaish-e-Mohammed plot, with the group allegedly attempting to build a dedicated Fida'een squad for strikes inside India. Sources say probe has revealed a digital Hawala trail showing how the outfit has been raising funds through Pakistan e-wallet platforms such as SadaPay to move money swiftly and covertly to operatives. I want to go across to my colleague. We are being joined right now. Shambhavi is joining us live. Shambhavi from Al-Falah, Faridabad, the same place which is under the radar of the investigation agencies. What's the latest coming in, Shambhavi? From what we understand, it looks like there was a bigger plot here and a huge Jaish-e-Mohammed plot with the group allegedly attempting to build a dedicated Fida'een squad for strikes inside India. That's what we are learning of.
Well, till now, there was major lead about the fact that this entire terror doctor module was in the business of radicalizing the youth here and also brainwashing them. And this has a new update where this has come up that they were using Pakistani-based payment apps like Sada Pay, through which the payment cannot be traced, and usually it is very quick. So untraceable way by which they were collecting funds for making a Fidain squad, a suicide bombing squad. That was their major plan. Even yesterday, there was a update about Shaheen influencing young women, especially between the age of 14 to 18 years, and brainwash them, radicalize them into becoming suicide bombers. So this has been a consistent pattern, and now new information regarding the payment of the same, regarding the fact that they were working actively on collecting money. They were making active efforts to collect money for this Fidain squad, and they were targeting the young women, especially young women were their main targets, especially those women who are divorced or those women who are living away from their home for studies. So these were their target people, this entire terror doctor module. They've been actively working on this exercise of radicalizing youth. And even another video surfaced of Umar also advocating for suicide bombing, about how this is a very misunderstood concept. So consistent leads, consistent information has come up where we can see that apart from the blast that they were planning on carrying in several parts, this was also one of their major agenda.
Yes, so of course, investigation into the larger plot, a possible plot, and the funding, which we also in Republic have been talking about, that there is a funding trail which is being investigated. Let's move ahead, viewers. Okay, so Umar Navi, the terrorist, lived a double life before carrying out the devastating Red Fort blast on November 10th. Through his family, has categorized him as a peaceful and studious man. Well, that's what his family says. He has spent years collecting ammonium nitrate and became radicalized, linking him to the Pulwama terror network. His chilling confession video surfaced before the blast, revealing his twisted justification for the attack. Take a look.
ऐसी तो कोई बात ही नहीं, वो तो शांत स्वभाव का इंसान था, शांत रहता था, बातें ज्यादा नहीं करता था, ज्यादा किसी में इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं थी, दोस्त नहीं थे, खाली पढ़ाई करता था.
By day, he wore the coat of compassion, but away from the hospital lights, 36-year-old Umar Nabi was plotting something far darker. Umar Nabi's name first appeared in intelligence intercepts linked to the Pulwama terror network. He had maintained contact with Jaish-e-Mohammed, believing Nabi supplied medical assistance and safe houses to operatives who participated in the Pulwama logistics chain. But no one imagined the transformation this quiet doctor was undergoing.
के हवाले से बस मैं यही कह सकती हूँ कि इस टाइप का वो इंसान था ही नहीं, हमें लगता ही नहीं था. हमें तो बस यही, हमने कितनी स्ट्रगल की उसे पढ़ाने में, यहाँ तक पहुँचाने में, पूरी मेहनत की, पूरी लगन के साथ उसे यहाँ तक पहुँचाया था ताकि वो कुछ कमा सके और फिर हमें भी कुछ खिलाए पिलाए.
आपको क्या विश्वास हो रहा है कि वो ऐसा कर सकता है?
मुझे तो यकीन ही नहीं हो रहा है, मैं तो परेशान हो रही हूँ.
डॉक्टर साहब की शादी हुई है कि नहीं हुई है अभी?
एंगेजमेंट हुई थी, शादी नहीं हुई थी.
तो कितना टाइम हुआ उसको जब घर आया नहीं? वो कितना टाइम?
पिछले 2 महीने से वो घर नहीं आया. 2 महीने पहले आया था.
जी आ रही है.
तो आपको लगता है कि वो इस आइडियोलॉजी का हिस्सा हो सकते थे या कुछ उनके दिमाग में ऐसा चल रहा था कभी आपको?
ऐसी तो कोई बात ही नहीं, वो तो शांत स्वभाव का इंसान था, शांत रहता था, बातें ज्यादा नहीं करता था, ज्यादा किसी में इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं थी, दोस्त नहीं थे, खाली पढ़ाई करता था.
Umar Nabi wasn't acting alone. For months, he had been in encrypted contact with a radical preacher operating out of Turkey, Malvi Irfan Ahmed, known among agencies for recruiting educated professionals into jihadi networks. From a life dedicated to healing to a mission devoted to death, the question that remains:
Russia and Myanmar have now, viewers, concluded their third joint naval drill, Marumex 2025. The exercises strengthen Russia's access to the Andaman Sea and widen its reach into the Indian Ocean. Take a look.
Russia is stepping up its naval presence in Southeast Asia, with warships from its Pacific Fleet making a high-profile visit to Myanmar's Thilawa port. 3 Russian Pacific Fleet warships sailed out of Thilawa port with Myanmar Navy vessels, launching the third joint naval security exercise. This partnership gives Moscow a strategic entry point into the Andaman Sea and strengthens its reach towards the Indian Ocean. For China and the Asian nations, Russia's growing presence adds a new layer to an already competitive Indo-Pacific security landscape.
So coming up, Air India demands 4,000 crore rupees subsidy from the government for Operation Sindoor Impact meeting at PMO underway. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning.
Much more coming up, viewers. Russia and we're getting more updates coming in. AI subsidy demand reaches PMO, meeting underway between Air India and the PMO.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level. But today we have seen the white collar suspect.
कश्मीर घाटी में डॉक्टर्स एक बहुत अल्टीमेट ड्रीम होता है वहां के लड़के लड़कियों का। उस बनने के बावजूद अगर आप रेडिकलाइज होकर अपने ही देशवासियों को मारने के लिए और अपने देश को तोड़ने के लिए तैयार हो सकते हैं, तो आप अंदाजा लगाइए किस तरह की रेडिकलाइजेशन हो रही है और इस फ्रंट पे हम क्या काम कर रहे हैं।
Investigators have identified Maulvi Irfan Wagha, also known as Imam Irfan, from Shopian in South Kashmir, as the mastermind who blended his dual identity, that of a preacher and healthcare worker, to influence and radicalize the educated youth.
The accusation against him is completely baseless. He had been there for 7 years, offering prayers, conducting religious classes, and teaching children at the religious center. He would come only occasionally.
We had no idea about the allegations against him, but we don't believe them. He is a good person. We don't know anything else.
According to the ongoing investigation, Maulvi used his access at GMC Srinagar and his sermons in Naugam's local mosques to identify and influence those he saw as easy targets, pushing them towards radicalization. He used social media to radicalize highly qualified professionals. During the questioning, Irfan admitted to the police that he had radicalized Dr. Muzammil Shakil, who is the key accused of Faridabad Arms Hall.
According to the officials, Imam Irfan allegedly built and expanded a white-collar terror network with the help of Pak-based Jaish handler Umar bin Khattab, alias Harjula. The police found improvised explosive devices materials, electronic gadgets during raid at his residence, providing leads to a wider nexus. The investigation continues, with agencies coordinating across Delhi, Haryana, and Jammu and Kashmir to uncover how this white-collar network expanded under the guise of faith and medicine.
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comments, delivered amid rising regional tensions, prompted an immediate and sharp rebuke from Beijing, highlighting the fragile balance in East Asia and the risk of broader confrontation.
The remarks made by the Japanese
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
And viewers, getting your top headlines. Air India demands rupees 4,000 crore subsidy from government for Operation Sindoor impact meeting at PMO held. "272 signatories signed letter written against Rahul Gandhi, former judges, ambassadors, veterans write open letter." Gangster Anmol Bishnoi, 2 fugitives wanted in Punjab among 200 Indians reported by US. Key accused in Baba Siddique murder case to land in India. NIA team arrives at the airport. Ajit Pawar's son Parth not named in the rupees 300 crore Pune land deal report. PM Modi to hold talks with EPS in Coimbatore today. Crucial talks on Tamil Nadu polls also on the cards. Getting updates coming in, viewers. Let's go to this big update. Air India has urgently sought government support and requested a high-level meeting at the PMO, which is being held, by the way, today. This is to push for its proposal for using Chinese airspace amid mounting operational losses. Airline has asked for a 4,000 crore subsidy, becoming the only carrier to seek financial relief after Pakistan airspace closure. Air India says that post the Pahalgam terror attack, detours around Pakistan have caused massive fuel and crew time losses. So they want subsidy. They also want what they're saying. Their flights to get new routes and to use other airspaces, because they say that they are going through a lot of loss because of Operation Sindoor impact. Right? So this is Air India demanding 4,000 crores from the government and request meeting the PMO. So that there's a meeting which is being held between Air India and the PMO today. So this is a request that they will be putting forward. So we're getting these updates coming in on Republic TV about Air India's request. We had in fact broken the story earlier as well. This is a few weeks ago when my colleague Harsha had asked the Air India CEO about what's the reason behind them asking for a 4,000 crore relief subsidy amid what Air India calls are the losses. So Air India has sought urgent government support under Operation Sindoor and asked for permission to use Chinese airspace to reduce heavy losses caused by detours and around Pakistan. The PMO will take a final call on this later on the request of Air India. Now, according to what we understand, the officials, detours around Pakistan introduced after the Pahalgam terror attack have forced flights to take longer routes. This has triggered massive fuel and crew time losses, especially on long-haul international sectors. Air India is currently the only Indian carrier seeking government compensation for these disruptions. A PMO has convened a high-level review under Operation Sindoor, bringing in senior officers from Ministry of Civil Aviation, Airports Authority of India, and other departments. Air India CEO Campbell Wilson will attend the meeting. This is what we understand. Okay, let's go to Harsha joining us. Harsha, coming across to you right now, help our viewers understand. Is the meeting taking place today between Air India and the PMO? Has it started? When will it start? And of course, the big question that we are also asking, that is being raised, is that why is Air India the only carrier asking for subsidy and help when nobody else is?
So Shivangi, now the meeting has concluded. The meeting which began at around 11:30 a.m. The meeting has concluded now. The meeting concluded at around 12 o'clock last when we reported about it. And yes, all the stakeholders were there present in the PMO. The meeting went for half an hour, and we have also got to know that the meeting was not only about the usage and the approval for the China airspace, Bhutan airspace, but also about the 4,000 crore subsidy. Air India is the only airline which has been seeking and requesting the government to give the rupees 4,000 crore subsidy. Earlier, 2 weeks back, the meeting was held at Ministry of Civil Aviation. But today, in this meeting with the PMO officials, the Secretary from Ministry of Civil Aviation, the Chairman of Airport Authority of India, and the CEO of Air India, Campbell Wilson himself, was present at the meeting, requesting the PMO that there's an immense, huge, heavy loss which Air India is bearing these days. And there's a fuel costing, there's a crew costing, and there's a high hotel stay and the maintenance and other costs which Air India is bearing right now because of the closure of the Pakistan airspace. And the meeting went on for half an hour. It's very upsetting and surprising at the same time for everyone, for all those families of the victims who lost their loved ones in the Pahalgam terror attack. And here in Air India and PPD is precisely mentioning that after the Pahalgam terror attack, there has been detour around the Pakistan airspace, the flights which are going to North America, UK, and also in the several parts of Middle East, everywhere, additional 49 to 50 minutes is taking for the aircraft to go. And that is the reason Air India is an immense loss, and the government should help Air India and give the subsidy of rupees 4,000 crore. To tell our viewers that it is not only Air India, there's other airlines as well for whom the Pakistan airspace is closed. There's a continuous NOTAM which has been issued from both the countries for not the usage of the Pakistan airspace. And it has been happening since after the Operation Sindoor. But Air India, keeping all those things aside, wants to keep its monetary interest and financial interest at top. And that is the reason this is the second round of meeting. The first round of meeting took place at Mocha, and the second round of meeting today took place at the PMO with the officials from the PMO, where Air India again today gave a presentation that if Pakistan airspace is not being given to us, then why not China airspace? There's a Bhutan airspace in China whose access and diversion from the 3 China International Airport should be allowed to Air India in order so that there could be less fuel costing and the less maintenance and the other costing to Air India if the China airspace is allowed to us. And to tell our viewers that the particular Bhutan airspace of China is closed for the commercial airlines. China doesn't allow its Bhutan airspace for the usage for any commercial airline. So that was a meeting all about the 4,000 crore subsidy and about the China airspace. We are trying to know from our sources exactly what happened in the meeting and what has been reverted from the side of PMO officials to Air India and the other stakeholders.
All right, Harsha,
because right now the push is not only from Air India but from Mocha.
All right, Harsha, I'm sorry, I'll have to cut you short on that because we're getting in a breaking news that's coming in. This is about China's disinformation campaign against Rafale. Now, a United States Congressional Advisory Body has reported that China had ran a grey zone disinformation campaign after Operation Sindoor, using fake accounts and AI-generated images to cast doubt on the Rafale fighter jet and promote its own J-35. And ladies and gentlemen, remember, it is a striking revelation that's come to fore from the latest annual report of the US-China Economic and Security Review Commission. And it has revealed how China has been orchestrating a sophisticated, quote-unquote, grey zone disinformation operation in the wake of India's Operation Sindoor. And remember, earlier back then, it was the Congress party also who had promoted a false narrative and thereby peddle China's narrative on Rafales being shot down. All right, Major General G.D. Bakshi is joining us on the phone line, and Ishan, I'm going to come back to you on that note. Major General, this is a big revelation that's come out. This was China's disinformation campaign, and the same was peddled by the Congress party as well.
Absolutely. You know, China was very keen to promote its weapons and equipment for sale all over the world. Unfortunately for China, the Operation Sindoor was a disaster as far as a PR exercise was concerned. Its PL-15s, you know, they fell out of the sky like duds. Its J-17s were shot up. You know, its AWACS were shot out of the skies at record ranges. Most of its truck-mounted howitzers, their barrels flowered and burst. So its equipment got it a lot of bad name. It was a very bad PR exercise for China. So China tried to make it up by, you know, a fake narrative war in which it tried to run down the Rafale in specific, because it is the Rafale which is in competition with its J-10C, which it is trying to sell to various nations in Africa and Asia. Now that Rafale has actually beaten the F-16, F-18, F-21, all these American aircraft in terms of sales to so many Afro-Asian countries, especially Asian countries, especially in the Middle East. And to India, it is being sold in huge quantities. Therefore, the Chinese wanted to, you know, create a sales pitch that the Rafale 6, 7, 8 Rafales were shot down. Show us the evidence. Show us the evidence. Not one bloody Rafale plane was shot down in Op Sindoor. You know, and a whole lot of hoopla was created by the Pakistani Air Force, which had mostly hit the Rafale decoys. You know, every Rafale aircraft carries a decoy along with it, connected to it by, you know, that etheric cable. And it is those that were shot down and not the real Rafales. And we also use the Nishant drones, etc., as deception and as decoys that would be hit by the Chinese missiles HQ-6, HQ-9, HQ-18. That proved to be a damn squib, a major disaster. The radars on the JF-17 failed dismally, and therefore China tried to counter it by a major social media offensive, powerful propaganda drive based upon false concocted Pakistani claims, never verified, never proved, no empirical evidence ever shown. And yet the message spread around, unfortunately, because we were a little late in getting our story off the ground, our part of the truth off the ground, that the Pakistani narrative was able to dominate for 4 or 5 days till the DGMOs gave their briefing and presented empirical evidence of every single hit, Maxar satellite photographs before and after. Show us the evidence of the Rafale. Show us the debris of the Rafale. Show us the satellite photographs of the debris of the Rafale. Show us the radar tracks where you claim to have shot down the Rafale.
Right, sir.
It is some kind of a joke.
Right, absolutely. In fact, Major General Bakshi, India had officially back then confirmed that we had shot 5 Pakistani jets and 1 surveillance aircraft. Do you think this number that India had put out was so triggering and alarming for Beijing that they had to resort to a disinformation campaign against India and the Rafales?
That's exactly what I said. Their equipment had proved to be a PR disaster. Firstly, the Pakistanis couldn't handle it, you know. And then they started blaming the Chinese equipment. So it was a total, utter disaster for PR sales disaster for China. I mean, they have invested so much in their military industrial complex. and they have been trying to subsidize their production by sale to Africa, by sale to the Asiatic countries and all that. But all that was disastrously sabotaged by Pakistan, by the poor performance of its weapons, and worse still, the poor handling of these weapons by Pakistan. Pakistan in education is focusing mostly on madrasa education and not technical education. So they can't handle complicated equipment or complex equipment. And they were half part of the disaster. The other part was the design flaws, the manufacturing flaws, the shortcomings in the Chinese equipment itself. So they had to counter this disaster, this PR disaster, by a counter campaign in the social media, which has now been found out. It was patently obvious that they were doing this.
Right,
Not only the Chinese social media, they were paying Western media to do this. And a lot of Western media firms had also joined in. Because after all, the F-16, F-18 Hornets, they are in competition with the Rafale. They were also not keen to have the Rafale extolled.
Right, sir. Right, Major General G.D. Bakshi, thank you very much again for being here with us and sharing your opinion on that, one of the top stories. It's also a debate. Ornab is debating this at 9 p.m. tonight. We're tracking that story closely, but for now, shifting our focus to more news and updates that's coming in, and this is in regard with the extradition, the deportation of Anmol Bishnoi, the gangster, and the brother of Lawrence Bishnoi, who was responsible in the killing of the NCP leader Baba Siddique. Now, he has been deported. He is going to land in India in just few moments from now, and he was responsible for cases including the murder of NCP leader Baba Siddique. He had the extradition process had already been completed yesterday. He has been deported to India, and following a request from the Indian authorities is when this was moved forward, and he will be arriving in the national capital in just some moments from now, along with the 199 deportees that had been sent back by Trump administration. In fact, Ishan is joining us live from the IGI airport, wherein Lawrence Bishnoi's brother, Anmol Bishnoi, will be there in just some moments from now. Ishan, I believe the NIA team is already there at the airport. What else is happening on ground zero?
We have been tracking this report since morning. Delhi police team and NIA team have reached the airport. We believe that Anmol Bishnoi has also reached India. This is the gate where he will be coming out. This is the VIP gate of the Terminal 3 of Indira Gandhi International Airport. We will see that shortly Anmol Bishnoi will be coming out of this gate. Senior officials of Delhi Police and NIA have reached Delhi Airport, and he will be taken from here to the NIA headquarters. Once there, he will be sent for remand, and we will be seeing that the legal proceedings will ensue thereafter. The Delhi police team had arrived here in the morning itself and has been waiting for him ever since. We believe that he has landed and he will be exiting this gate shortly.
Right. Right. In fact, Ishan, stay with me. What is the process that will be carried forward after he is landed in India, after the NIA officials have taken him to custody? Because what we learned is that he will be facing the Indian law now on several cases that have been registered against him. His brother, Lawrence Bishnoi, has already been jailed. The question now really is, will he be in Tihar jail after he has been brought back to India?
Absolutely. This is the very important question that you have asked right now. That is all based on the jurisdictional aspect of the cases. There are 18 criminal cases registered against him in various states. Now, these 18 criminal cases are ranging all the way from Punjab, Rajasthan, Delhi, Haryana, and these cases will be the key factor deciding. Currently, the lead investigation agency in the matter is the NIA. Therefore, the primary custody will be handed over once he is landed in India. He will go through immigration, and post-immigration US authorities will hand over his custody to the Indian authorities. Once his custody has been handed over to the Indian authorities, thereafter we will see that he will be taken to the NIA headquarters, and thereafter he will have to be produced before a judge, and once he is produced before a judge, remand may be granted. But all this process, first and foremost, immigration needs to take place, and once immigration has taken place, he will be brought out of this gate of Terminal 3 of IGI Airport. Delhi police team is already here. And senior officials of Delhi police have already on the airport, ready to take him from here to the NIA headquarters, and thereafter he will be from NIA headquarters, he will be produced before a court and remand will be granted.
All right, Ishan, stay with me. I've also been joined by Chandrakala, who is reporting from outside the NIA headquarters in the national capital. Chandrakala, like Ishan was just telling us, that after he lands at the IGI, he will be then taken to the court, after which a custody will be granted. What is the process after that?
Well, in fact, of course, now that we are learning that he has now landed in Delhi, a very, very crucial day for India. The final extradition of gangster Anmol Bishnoi has now taken place. We are right in front of the NIA headquarters, where he will be brought in here. Of course, what we are learning that Anmol Bishnoi will first be brought in here, and of course, after that, he'll be produced in the court. Now, the fact that the Mumbai police has had sent a proposal twice for his extradition. Now, it depends on the union government who the custody will be lended to. Of course, the NIA is going to seek a remand for Anmol Bishnoi. Now, we know that Anmol Bishnoi is one of the prime suspect for murdering Maharashtra minister, former Maharashtra minister Baba Siddique, for that matter. Now, he in the year, of course, last year in January, of course, on India's request, this matter was taken up by the US officials. He was being detained by the US officials, of course, on the because he was traveling with fake documents. He was what we are given to learn that he was carrying a Russian passport procured via forged document with another name called Vishnu Pratap. So yes, of course, a huge development as far as the extradition of this fugitive is concerned, because India has been cooperating on this very as far as his extradition is concerned. It's been a year now that India has been making efforts regarding the extradition of this particular fugitive who is on the run. He has fled India in 2022. He's known to have he's suspected to have murdered. Several criminal charges are being registered against him, including Punjab singer Sidhu Moosewala, and of course the fact that he's one of the prime suspect of for murdering NCP leader, former Maharashtra minister Baba Siddique. Now we are waiting, a very, very crucial moment, because he'll be arriving at here, the National Investigating Agency, and after that he will be facing the law here in India. So yes, a very crucial development, but it depends on the union government regarding the custody of Anmol Bishnoi, who would be given the custody to. Of course, NIA will be seeking a remand for his custody, for that matter. Over to you.
Right, Chandrakala, stay with me. Ishan is also joining us live from the IGI airport. Ishan, just a few moments from now is when Anmol Bishnoi will be on our cameras, and we will be tracking him till he reaches the NIA headquarters. Ishan, his brother, Lawrence Bishnoi, has been locked up in the Sabarmati jail. Are there any chances of the NIA or the special cell of the Delhi police to take him to the Sabarmati jail where his brother has been locked up?
This is a question of jurisdiction. A lot of agencies, including Delhi Police, Punjab Police, Gujarat Police, have sought for his custody. Now, it is the fact that there are 18 criminal matters registered against him. Now, currently the lead investigation agency is the NIA, and once NIA has determined, and it will be the center that determines where he will be lodged as an under trial, where the trials will take place, and where he will be finally imprisoned. Lawrence Bishnoi has been imprisoned in Sabarmati, and because of a Home Ministry order, his movement is being prevented from Sabarmati jail. However, Lawrence Bishnoi's criminal cases have concluded, and he is currently only under trial in Gujarat under special circumstances. Similarly, for Anmol Bishnoi, it will be the center that will be determining where he will be lodged and where the trials will be taking place. And it is only after that that we will find out how the proceedings of jurisdiction will be resolved before the court, and the arguments presented in front of the court will be the key deciding factor for the judge for granting jurisdiction. This is...
Yes, Ishan, please continue.
Yes, and it is... Security has been tightened at IGI Airport ahead of Anmol Bishnoi's extradition. Security was tightened at IGI International Airport on airport. Bishnoi was said to be extradited from the United States. Delhi police personnel accompanied by dog squad conducted extensive checking of vehicles at the premises at Terminal 3. Multiple layers of security has been deployed ahead of Bishnoi's arrival. Anmol Bishnoi is the younger brother of Lawrence Bishnoi and is wanted in the murder of NCP leader Baba Siddique. Meanwhile, Anmol's cousin Ramesh Bishnoi is urged the central government to ensure the safety of the safety of Anmol Bishnoi, and this is interesting because the safety of a gangster who is being brought back to India is being requested by his family members, and the Delhi police team has deployed a lot of personnel for the same.
All right, Ishan and Chandrakala, both of you, thank you very much. We will be tracking that story very closely. But for now, it's time for us to move on to the other stories that we're tracking. Now, in a major crackdown in Jammu, the counter-intelligence unit of the Jammu and Kashmir police raided the high-security north of the central jail, home to the hardcore Pakistani and local terrorists. Here is a quick report on what was found.
The high-security Court Balwal Central Jail in Jammu turned into a massive search zone today as the counter-intelligence Jammu unit launched coordinated raids inside the complex. Teams moved through multiple blocks of the prison, which houses hardcore Pakistan militants, local terrorists and notorious criminals. The operation aims to dismantle a terror network reportedly being run from inside the jail. Investigators are tracking possible links with Pakistan-based handlers. These raids come amid an intensifying investigation into the recently exposed white-collar terror module and the Red Fort car blast of November 10.
The counterintelligence Jammu is carrying out raids as we speak at the central jail in Jammu, as well as this is the fourth set of raids. First set of raid was in Rajouri and Kathua, then it was in the Udhampur, and then in the Kishtwar district jail they have carried out raids. As we speak, the raids are underway because this is a high-profile jail. Reason being that this houses many of the terrorists from Lashkar-e-Toiba, Hizbul Mujahideen, and also from the Jaish-e-Mohammed. So that is on the radar of the security agencies. And what the agencies are trying to do, they are trying to ensure that the jails in Jammu and Kashmir do not become a breeding ground for the criminal activities and the terror activities like what we have seen in Punjab, that the jails have become a breeding ground for such activities that are subversive to the sovereignty of India. So here the raids are underway. We are told that every barrack is being thoroughly searched. Even the relatives of the inmates, those who have come to meet them, they have also been stopped from meeting them till the time the raids are underway. We are told that the subsequent raids are also following in the Pune district also, where the jails are being thoroughly searched. So this is a part of a larger non-kinetic operation that was announced and directed by the DGP Nalin Prabhat on 6th of November and is continuing since then for last couple of weeks, 2 weeks it's been, and this non-kinetic operation is underway, in which more than 4,000 locations have been searched by the Jammu and Kashmir police, with over 300 being detained for the activities that are detrimental to the security.
And exactly in some moments from now is when the gangster Anmol Bishnoi will be landing at the Delhi IGI airport, and we're tracking that story very closely. For now, it's time for us to slip into a short break. And after the break, we'll also get to the story of the Pune land scam case, where, very shockingly, Ajit Pawar's son, Parth Pawar, has not even been named. Getting you all the details after a short break.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
Hello and welcome. You're watching live and breaking at 1:30 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. The top story that we're tracking on this edition is the deportation of the gangster Anmol Bishnoi, the brother of Lawrence Bishnoi. We learned that his immigration process has been completed, and in just some moments from now, he will be there at the IGI airport. Tracking that story very closely, but first, a quick check of the headlines. Air India demands rupees 4,000 crore subsidy from the government for Operation Sindoor Impact. Meeting at the Prime Minister's office was held today. "272 signatories write a letter against Rahul Gandhi. Former judges, ambassadors, veterans write an open letter of them criticizing the Election Commission. Gangster Anmol Bishnoi, 2 fugitives and wanted in the Punjab among 200 Indians have now been deported by the United States. Key accused in Baba Siddique murder case to land in India. NIA team has already been there at the airport. Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar not named in rupees 300 crore scam of the Pune land deal. And Prime Minister Modi to hold talks with EPS today in Coimbatore. Crucial talks on 2026 Tamil Nadu elections also on the cards. All right, starting this edition with a top story, let's tell you what's happening in Maharashtra. A 3-member committee headed by Joint Inspector General of Registration Rajendra Muthe has submitted his report on the controversial rupees 300 crore Pune land scam involving a firm co-owned by the Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister's Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar. Now, the committee indicted the 3 individuals already named in the related police FIR, but did not mention Parth Pawar. Parth Pawar is the son of Ajit Pawar. His name has nowhere been mentioned and had not been appeared on any of the documents that have been reviewed. And so the big question, ladies and gentlemen, that we are asking is if in black and white there are documents which show that it was Parth Pawar who had signed the land deals, who had given his signatures on official documents relating to this Pune land scam, then why is it that his name has not been mentioned in the probe report? Meenakshi is joining us live on the broadcast on that note. Meenakshi, this is a big revelation that's come to fore now, and we know that Parth Pawar had signed documents back then. We have the documents in black and white. So why is it that he has not been named in the probe report? What is the reason that the officials are citing?
That's the main question, as you mentioned, that the committee, which is led by Inspector General of Registration, and he submitted the report, which Parth Pawar's name doesn't appear in this report. Why? This is the main question, because we know that 99% of share of Amedia enterprise owned by Parth Pawar, Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Ajit Pawar's son, and 1% is owned by Digvijay Patel, whose name is in that report. And they are saying, we have spoken to IGR. He said to Republic unofficially, he did not give any bite. Off camera, he said in sale deed, Parth Pawar's name was not mentioned. That's why we have not mentioned his name to this report. But now the question is, if any deal, one person or his company is get benefit from that deal, then that company's owner name, why is not mentioned in the report? This is the main question, because we know that on the direction of Maharashtra State Revenue Department, police has also filed FIR excluding name of Parth Pawar. Why? The Amedia enterprise share 99% owned by Parth Pawar and the 1% is owned by Digvijay Patil. Then why his name has not mentioned in this report? What are they are trying to hide? Police department and the Maharashtra State Revenue Department, we have asked the question to the Inspector General of Registration that why have you not mentioned his name to this FIR? He said in sale date his name was not mentioned. Why his name? Is this any logic behind it? That he has that company which is involved in this sale deed, which is get benefits from that deal, and he is owned company. He is the son of Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra Ajit Pawar. That's why his name was not mentioned in the report. And that's why the report raises lots of questions.
Absolutely, Meenakshi.
Back to studio.
Yes. Thank you, Meenakshi, for sharing all those details and joining us here on the important story. Meanwhile, earlier today, we spoke to the whistleblower in the case. Listen in to this response to Parth Pawar not being named in the probe report. Vijay Kumbar, whistleblower in this case. Mr. Kumbar, you have written to PM Modi in this land sale case. What do you think about this report which has come out?
Listen, this report, though they have not directly indicted Parth Pawar, but they have indirectly indicted Parth Pawar as a partner of, 90% partner of this Amedia enterprises. So he will be in trouble because of this report, I guess so. Basically, entire this land deal was a scam. They have sold government land for private purpose with help of the officers. And the officers involved in this case and these politicians are equally responsible of all this mess.
Okay, Mr. Kumbar, you have made some demands earlier, talking about transactions, investigating the roles. So you are saying that you're not satisfied with this report. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, entirely report. I am not satisfied with this entire report because there has to be wide inquiry. Who paid this? Who was involved? How this deal came into force? Who paid the money? This is not social work. They say that no 1 rupee has been transacted. Then how come this deal came into force? Either they have paid in cash or either they have paid in barter type. Otherwise, this deal won't have to be in force.
Yes, Mr. Kumbar, this is once again, if you could just point out the objections that you have with this report, point by point for our viewers, so we understand what your key objections are.
My first key objection is this land was government land. This was not inferior Watan land. So this transaction has to be investigated. Other thing is how much money, that means royalty or stamp duty, they have paid. Because if it was a Watan land, then they have to pay almost more than 150 crore rupees. If not, if they have paid this royalty or not. If royalty has been paid, who accepted this royalty? Because unless there is government order, nobody can accept such a royalty. And one more thing from this report comes out that they have done this mutation entry as a movable property. This is new thing I came to know today only. This transaction has been made citing as it is movable property. It is 40-acre land. Now they are selling it as a movable property. That's it. That is big scam. And every authority who have ignored all the government orders. How come this Shital Tejwani, a lady, mediator lady, paid 11,000 rupees to collector? And how come these people accepted this money? Because they are not authorized to accept this money unless there is specific government order or government has asked them to accept some money. In spite they do all these things, they are telling that we didn't know the thing. However, the Tehsildar and Amedia company has written several letters to the collector that we are doing this deal and we have done this deal and we are taking possession of this land.
All right. Okay. I'll just read out what this part of the report is. This is where you have the objection. You say that since Parth Pawar's name does not come on record in the entire sale deal, he cannot be indicted in the probe. The report, however, indicts all those who are directly involved in the deal, including the suspended government official Ravindra Taru. So this is what the report says. So you believe that there are some other officials, other people whose name does not figure at all in that report?
Yes, definitely. Because the collector knew that all these things, the divisional commissioner, the settlement commissioner's officers, all knew how to do this deal, this deal has been coming into force. Even then, they overlooked all the legal things. They overlooked fees to be paid. They overlooked the transaction that has been happened. They overlooked that IT Park cannot come in this place. So they ignored each and everything. Even they ignored the properties immovable. They have done this registration as movable property. How can any officer ignore such thing? Because there was some pressure from outside. Somebody told him to do so, and he has done that. So there are so many officers. They were responsible for supervision and do all the correct things, but they didn't do that.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Vijay Kumbar, whistleblower in this Pune land deal case, for joining us on Republic TV. Thank you so much.
All right, the controversy, ladies and gentlemen, is only getting bigger with social activist Anjali Damania, who's allegedly said that Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar is shielding his son Parth Pawar in the major Pune land scandal. In fact, she claims that Parth's name was deliberately left out of the FIR and investigation report, despite his company, Amedia Enterprises LLP, playing a central role, and says that the panel only included him in the certain parts due to political pressure, demanding that Ajit Pawar's resignation and a thorough probe in the case. Listen in.
The Maharashtra government has very tactfully tried to save its alliance partner, that is the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP, to ensure that Ajit Pawar's son is not implicated in this matter. It is a clear, open and shut case where Parth Ajit Pawar's company, Amedia LLP, has not once but twice made application for waiver of stamp duty. First, it was the adjudication which was filed before the competent authority, and that authority had ruled that they had to pay a certain amount of stamp duty. And there, in that document, which I can share with Republic Channel, it clearly shows that it was Amedia Enterprises LLP which has actually filed or made that application for adjudication. But as we all know, Maharashtra government needs Ajit Pawar time and again. And right now, for the Maharashtra government to stay in power, they need Mr. Ajit Pawar and to shield his son. There are n number of things that are being done, but I will fight and ensure that justice is done. If any normal robber does a small robbery of 10,000, he goes behind bars, but these people like Ajit Pawar and his son seem to get away with absolutely everything. Ajit Pawar's son has actually taken over government land which is valued at 1804 crore. A, he took it for 300 crore. B, he has done documentation which is an entirely forged documentation. And within the next 1 hour, I will be taking a press conference and showing on the extent to which Amedia Enterprises had gone to expose the whole thing, and this is going to be really cracking. There is no doubt that Ajit Pawar is creating huge pressure on this government, and this will be clearly evident from the facts which I will be putting out in my press conference.
Thank you. Big impact of Republic's relentless news break and coverage on the story. Maharashtra government has now taken cognizance of the probe report in the Pune land scandal. Maharashtra government sources have now told Republic and clarified that the document currently is in circulation and it's not the full report and pertains only to stamp duty evasion in the Pune land case. They said that the final comprehensive report will be submitted by the additional chief secretary and will then be reviewed by a 6-member panel. before any further action is taken. So that's the latest news break that we're getting in. Maharashtra government taking cognizance of the report that had not named Parth Pawar, Ajit Pawar's son, in the case. Remember, this case is about a Pune land where Parth Pawar had given his signatures. It was sold at cheap prices. And when in black and white, the documentary was revealed on how he was involved in the land dealing. Today, there was a probe report that had come out that had not named Parth Pawar, Ajit Pawar's son, in the probe report. In fact, had indicted 2 other officials. And after Republic had reported this and had started a campaign, we now learn that the Maharashtra government has taken cognizance of the probe report in the Pune land scandal, where we learn that the Maharashtra government sources have now told Republic that this report is on stamp duty evasion and that the full report will be out soon, and which is after when a 6-member panel will review the report. All right, Shravan is joining us from the newsroom on that note. Shravan, Maharashtra government saying that this is not the full report and that a 6-member panel will review the report once the full report has been completed.
Well, the Maharashtra government has certainly been on the back foot when it comes to this entire controversy, given the fact that the Chief Minister himself had called this a scam, and immediately thereafter his deputy Ajit Pawar had said that there was no scam to begin with. In fact, he had already offered, stating that the land would be returned and saying that his son was not actually involved. Now, what has basically happened is this. The IGR has submitted a report which the government now claims is got to do only with the stamp duty evasion, because it turns out that the land which was actually given to a company that has been linked to Parth Pawar did not pay the entire stamp duty. And from the preliminary investigation that has been carried out by the Munde committee itself, the Munde committee basically indicates that there has been large-scale stamp duty evasion. This report basically is pertaining to the stamp duty evasion, is what the Maharashtra government is claiming at this point in time. This is after a massive backlash that has actually taken place in Maharashtra, raising concerns starting from the fact that Parth Pawar's name was not even mentioned in the FIR that has been registered in Pune, despite he being the director of the company. Remember, there is no FIR that has been registered against Parth Pawar. Now we are being told that this report that has been submitted earlier today will be reviewed by a 6-member panel, which is being headed by the additional Chief Secretary of Maharashtra, Mr. Vikas Khadge. It is he who is going to review it, and finally this report is going to be submitted in the next 30 days is what the Maharashtra government is claiming. Having said that, even if this is the case, if this is the position that has been taken by the Maharashtra government, what they are not answering is this, that the stamp duty evasion is also pertaining to this particular land that has come under the scanner. And this committee has clearly mentioned that there is a scam to begin with. The land which is reserved in nature has been handed over in a throwaway price to this particular private company, in which Parth Pawar happens to be a director with full control of this particular company. So despite all of this coming out in the public domain, with the whistleblower also now putting out additional information as far as the investigation goes, there is very little that has actually moved so far, and this is now becoming the biggest flashpoint currently in Maharashtra.
Well, absolutely, Shravan. Thank you very much for getting us those details. Meanwhile, earlier when Republic had confronted Ajit Pawar on his son's involvement in the case, here is how he had evaded Republic.
सर आपके बेटे के ऊपर आरोप लगा है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर आपके बेटे के ऊपर आरोप लगा है। अजीत पवार निकल रहे हैं, लेकिन इनके बेटे के ऊपर आरोप जो लगे हैं इस पे कुछ भी नहीं बात किया। तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं किस तरह से। सर आपके बेटे के ऊपर आरोप लगा है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर आपके बेटे के ऊपर आरोप लगा है। अजीत पवार निकल रहे हैं, लेकिन इनके बेटे के ऊपर आरोप जो लगे हैं इस पे कुछ भी नहीं बात किया। तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं किस तरह से।
अजीत पवार सर, ये एमएडी एंटरप्राइज का जो एलएलपी है वो सरकारी ज़मीन कैसे, वो पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस को काम पे लगाया गया क्या, मिसयूज़ किया गया? सर आपके बेटे का नाम आ रहा है, आपका बेटा इस मीडिया एंटरप्राइज से जुड़े हुए हैं।
मी त्यामध्ये सोमवारी मी मुंबईला बोललो, मी पुण्याला बोललो, मी बारामतीला बोललो. आता ह्याबद्दलची चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यावर आम्ही उत्तर देऊ.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस का
चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यानंतर बोलीन. सारखा तो विषय मला बोलायचं कारण नाही. मी आपल्या राज्याच्या राजधानीत बोललोय. माझ्या पुण्यामध्ये पालकमंत्री म्हणून तिथं बोललोय.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस काम पे नहीं आना क्या, मिसयूज नहीं किया गया पॉलिटिकल?
यामध्ये
आप उप मुख्यमंत्री है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर है.
Meanwhile, Moscow and Naipeido have now concluded their third joint naval drill, Mamuk's 2025. The exercises have strengthened Russia's access to the Andaman Sea and widened its reach into the Indian Ocean. Here's a report on that.
Russia is stepping up its naval presence in Southeast Asia, with warships from its Pacific Fleet making a high-profile visit to Myanmar's Thilava port. 3 Russian Pacific Fleet warships sailed out of Thilava port with Myanmar Navy vessels, launching the third joint naval security exercise. This partnership gives Moscow a strategic entry point into the Andaman Sea and strengthens its reach towards the Indian Ocean. For China and the Asian nations, Russia's growing presence adds a new layer to an already competitive Indo-Pacific security landscape.
Moving on to the other stories that we're tracking, and this is about the 10/11 conspiracy. The investigation agencies are now probing the Red Fort car blast, have uncovered crucial leads that are suggesting that the incident may be a part of a larger Jaish-e-Mohammed plot, with the group allegedly attempting to build a dedicated Fidaian squad for strikes inside India. Sources have told Republic that the probe has revealed a digital Hawala trail showing how the outfit has been raising funds through Pakistani wallet platforms such as Sadepe to have moved money swiftly and covertly to the operatives. All right, so these are the latest details that we're tracking as far as the Faridabad terror module is concerned. The Faridabad terror module, in fact, involved nearly 3 to 4 doctors, and more are under question under the ED lens as well. Yesterday, in fact, it was the Al-Falah founder who had been arrested by the Enforcement Directorate again on the same charges of diversion of funds. And we, however, do not have any details on whether these funds were diverted and had come in through Hawala network from Pakistan or Turkey. But the clear link that's now being established is that these funds were transferred via Hawala routes, and that the Jaish-e-Mohammed group was responsible on committing the crime on the Indian soil. Meanwhile, moving on the 17th of November 2025, the Bangladesh court sentenced the ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and her deputy to a death sentence for crimes against humanity during the 2024 Bangladesh student protest. In an exclusive interaction with Republic Media Network, Hasina's deputy gave his first reaction to the verdict, calling it invalid.
For all these 3 counts, we have decided to inflict her with only one sentence, that is sentence of death.
This is a plain verdict.
Well, I think the verdict is part of the political vendetta that has been organized and has been going on against.
Well, I think there was no surprise in the verdict which was given. It was quite expected that, this is the way the verdict will go, because it was, the whole process has been designed in such a way.
The Bangladesh court sentenced ousted Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina and her deputy Asad-uz-Zaman Khan Kamal to a death sentence for crimes against humanity during the 2024 Bangladesh student protest. Even former Inspector General of Police Chaudhry Abdullah Al-Mamoon was found guilty of committing crimes against humanity. For the first time after a year, Hasina's deputy Asad-uz-Zaman Khan Kamal opened up.
You see, this is a plain verdict. We are ready to hear this verdict because what happened in the court, who ran this court? The former Jamaat Islam leadership, they are managing everything, the court, the leader, they appointed everything. So what verdict will come, we know it. And you remember one thing, after August 5th, Pakistani government announced that we have taken the revenge of 71. So it is clear. It is invalid. Why this court will form and why they will charge against us? We are the freedom fighters. And Sheikh Hasina, our honorable Prime Minister, he is the daughter of our father of nation. And we fought against Pakistan. We fought against the supporter of that time, Jamaat Islam, who formed Al-Badr Bahini, Rajagar Bahini, who helped Pakistani soldiers to enter our villages. And they, village after village, they burned and they raped our women. This was the scenario. So the people didn't forget this thing. And they are taking that revenge by this court. Our Honorable Prime Minister clearly mentioned that. If I would give them San Martin and Chittagong port, then no action, no nothing would come to me.
After 2024, Bangladesh is again in a state of unrest with protests in support of Hasina. This time, the protests were initiated by Hasina's party, Awami League, which called for a lockdown, initiating a protest against the politically motivated trial of Hasina. After her...
It's time for us to now slip into a short break. After the break, getting you the details of gangster Anmol Bishnoi, who's now been dragged back to India.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marks
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है?
अरे मेरी राजा
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Hi, this is Sandeep Sekar, AD and CEO, Deportation India Mutual Fund, and I'm very excited to be part of India Economic Summit hosted by Republic Business happening on 28th of November 2025 at Republic Headquarters in Noida. See you there.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
China and Japan are clashing verbally over Taiwan. Tensions between China and Japan have risen over Taiwan's security. Japan has signaled it may intervene in a potential conflict, viewing it as a threat to its own stability. China condemned this as meddling, issuing strong warnings and summoning diplomats. This conflict started when Japan's newly appointed Prime Minister, Sanae Takaichi, issued a direct warning to China during a session of the country's parliament. She stated that a conflict in the Taiwan Strait could represent a survival-threatening situation for Japan, implying that Tokyo might need to intervene militarily to protect its interests. This marked a bold escalation in Japan's stance on the Taiwan issue, signaling readiness to support Taiwan against potential Chinese action. Takaichi's comment.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
US report exposes China's disinformation campaign after Operation Sindoor. China initiated disinformation campaign to hinder the sales of French Rafale aircraft. Air India demands rupees 4,000 crore subsidy from Government of India for Operation Sindoor impact. Meeting at PMO concludes. 272 signatories write open letter against Rahul Gandhi. Former judges, ambassadors, veterans write open letter. Gangster Anmol Bishnoi, 2 fugitives wanted in Punjab among 200 Indians deported by the United States. Key accused in the Baba Siddique murder case, Anmol Bishnoi dragged back to India to come out of the airport shortly. NIA team arrives at the spot. Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar not named in rupees 300 crore Pune land deal report. And Prime Minister Modi is set to hold talks with Palaniswamy in Coimbatore today. Crucial talks on 2026 Tamil Nadu polls on the agenda. All right, viewers, we start this edition with some breaking news coming in. This is in connection with the 10/11 conspiracy probe, and this is the latest that we are picking up as far as terrorist Umar Nabi is concerned, we're now learning that 4 videos that have been extracted from the cell phone of terrorist Umar Nabi are now under investigation. These have been handed over to the NIA as we speak. This phone was dumped as per Umar's instruction. This is an instruction that he had given to his brother on the night of the Delhi blast. He had handed over the phone to his brother during the Srinagar visit, and this phone was afterwards dumped. Umar had instructed his younger brother to dump the phone in a drain next to his house. What we understand at this point in time is that that phone has been recovered. The videos that have been extracted from this cell phone have now been handed over to the NIA, and these are some of the latest details that we are picking up in this investigation. As the scope of this probe picks pace, more and more details emerging about the whereabouts and this entire conspiracy that was planned by terrorist Umar Nabi and his co-conspirators. The latest being that he had conspired with his brother to get rid of this cell phone, which likely holds critical information related to the planning and plotting of this conspiracy. And 4 videos have been extracted from this phone, which has now been handed over to the National Investigation Agency. All right, viewers, we move on to more breaking news coming in. A U.S. congressional advisory body has reported that China ran a grey zone disinformation campaign after Operation Sindoor, using fake accounts and AI-generated images to cast doubt on the Rafale fighter jet and promote its own J-35. The US-China Economic Security Review Commission has in fact accused China of launching a coordinated disinformation campaign after India carried out Operation Sindoor. The report explains how China used fake social media accounts to circulate AI-generated images claiming to show debris of aircraft allegedly shot down by Chinese weaponry. And it stated that these activities were part of China's grey zone tactics aimed at undermining the sale of the French Rafale jets in favor of its own J-35 combat aircraft. This is the big development that we are picking up at the moment. And we are going to go across to Charu Pragya, BJP spokesperson, who's joining us this afternoon on the broadcast. Charu, thank you for speaking to Republic TV. Ma'am, I'd like your first response on the findings of this US review report.
Good afternoon. So it's alarming what the report states. It talks about a Chinese-run grey zone disinformation campaign after Operation Sindoor, a very targeted, very specific campaign where they used fake accounts, where they used AI-generated images, where they fabricated debris of the Rafale jet. And this coordinated propaganda had only one motive: to discredit the Rafale and promote the J-35. The J-35 is a Chinese-made jet. And this wasn't random trolling. This was a deliberate state-engineered information warfare operation, and it must be taken very seriously. But the uncomfortable question I want to ask is that why did Indian opposition's narrative sound exactly what China had set out to do? So all the trolling that the Indian opposition did of our armed forces, do you remember that image of Ajay Rai where he had a toy Rafale and he made fun of Nimbu Mirchi, where reportedly Rahul Gandhi talked about Indian jets being fell down? All of that was basically furthering of Chinese propaganda using the same fake images.
Yes.
It's
Charu
an uncomfortable truth.
Pragya, I'm so sorry. I'm really sorry, ma'am, to cut you there in between. We have to move on to breaking news coming in. Wanted gangster Anmol Bishnoi, we are learning, who has been extradited from the US, has now landed in India. That is the big breaking news of the moment. Gangster Anmol Bishnoi, brother of jailed criminal Lawrence Bishnoi, dragged back to India by our security agencies. He is the prime accused in multiple high-profile cases, including the murder of former Maharashtra Minister Baba Siddique, and was also named in the killing of Sidhu Moosewala. We'll go across to my colleague Ishan, who's been reporting live from outside the Delhi IGI airport. Ishan, tell us what's happening around you. Give us the latest details. We're learning that he has finally been dragged back and he's landed on Indian soil.
Absolutely. Anmol Bishnoi's plane has landed. He, along with 199 other prisoners, 3 criminals and 197 deportees, have landed. And this is the gate behind me. And this is the gate behind me from which he will be coming out in a few moments. Anmol Bishnoi this is the high security gate where all the VIP movement takes place, and we'll be seeing that Anmol Bishnoi will be brought out of these gates in just a few moments. Delhi police teams have deployed heavy security in the region, wherein bomb squad and sniffer dogs were brought here to check all the cars. Now NIA teams are already present inside the terminal, who have taken custody of him, and they will be bringing him out of the and they will be bringing him out in just a few moments. He is expected to be landing in. He is expected to be brought out after completion of immigration processes. Anmol Bishnoi, the wanted gangster, who is the brother of Lawrence Bishnoi. However, his nephew has urged the central government to ensure that his safety is being taken care of. This is the VIP gate of Terminal 3 at Indira Gandhi International Airport. And in a few short moments from now, Anmol Bishnoi, who is wanted in 18 different cases across multiple states, will be brought to India via this gate. Once his handover has completed from the American authorities to Indian authorities, he will thereafter be taken to the NIA building, where possibly his medical test will be done. Post medical test, he will be brought to the court and be presented before a magistrate for remand purposes. Now, this current case is being led by NIA, and the initial lead agency is NIA for this entire case. However, he is wanted in 18 different cases across India, including high-profile cases such as Sidhu Moosewala murder, the murder of the NCP leader, and most importantly, firing of bullets outside Salman Khan's house. Back to you.
Right. Ishan, stay on with me as we stay with those live pictures that are coming in from Delhi IGI airport. That is the gate, viewers, from which we can expect in just a short while from now the authorities to bring out gangster Anmol Bishnoi. As Ishan was just telling us, the plane has landed. We expect him to complete his immigration formalities soon, and we'll get you the first live visuals of him being dragged out of that gate. Ishan, my next question to you is, we understand that the NIA is going to take immediate custody of Anmol Bishnoi and take him to the Patiala House Court for remand. What is it that we can expect in court? How many days of custody was the NIA looking at to seek?
Once Bishnoi comes out, NIA teams are already present inside the terminal, and they will be taking handover from the American authorities of Bishnoi. Once those formalities are completed, immigration formalities will be done. Because Bishnoi had traveled to the United States on a fake passport, so this will be a complicated immigration process, wherein criminal charges of alleged using a fake passport will also be levied by the airport authorities. After that, Bishnoi was named the main plotter in the Baba Siddique murder case. So this is the important part where the NIA will be taking him from here. First, the medical test will be done, and thereafter remand will be sought. The number of days of remand have not been currently come out, but it would be expected up to 14 days of remand may be granted to NIA in this particular case.
Right. All right. Ishan, we also understand that shortly after the NIA takeover, the Delhi police will also, try to seek custody of Anmol Bishnoi and interrogate him. What is it that we can expect in this handover?
Absolutely. Once NIA has custody of him, he will be in the central agencies. Once this is completed, multiple agencies including Delhi Police, Haryana Police, Punjab Police, Rajasthan Police have sought custody of him because of the various FIRs lodged against him in these states. But right now this is the prerogative of the central government to ensure that in the light of justice which agency gets custody of him, because once these custody is granted, the criminal proceedings against him will ensue, recording of statements will ensue, and investigation will be furthered. As I have already mentioned, there are around 18 cases that are registered against Anmol Bishnoi, and he is in links with the famed gangster Lawrence Bishnoi. So this entire thing and the use of social media to threaten multiple high-profile Indians has come forth, and the smuggling cases that has been brought about, wherein he was providing aid, support and logistical support to smugglers bringing in weapons, drugs from across the border. So this entire thing will unfold, and NIA is the agency that has the custody currently, and he will be brought out of this case momentarily.
Right. All right, Ishan, I request you to stay on with us. We also have Chandrakala joining us live from outside the NIA headquarters in the national capital. Chandrakala, the plane has landed in just a short from now. He will be in NIA custody. Tell us what's happening around you. What are the measures? What is the preparation like as Anmol Bishnoi is brought to the NIA headquarters?
I think, yes, absolutely. I mean, we could see, we are right in front of the NIA headquarters right at this moment. Of course, the fact that more security officials are being deployed here just ahead of the arrival of Anmol Bishnoi, the very gangster who is involved in several other criminal cases, 18 cases, as my colleague has also mentioned, that not only in Delhi but across the entire different states, of course, Haryana, Punjab, Delhi for that matter. We know that along with him, there are two others who are in the most wanted list by the Punjab police. Now we know that apart from Haryana, Delhi, and Delhi police, he's also in the most wanted list of the NIA. Now, what we are learning that after he'll be brought in here at the National Investigation Agency, medical examination will take place, and after that he will be taken to the court. Of course, the fact that the Mumbai police has also requested for his extradition several times, and now the union government is to decide as to whom the custody will be given to, because we know that several other Haryana police has also sought for his custody. Delhi police is also, of course, in the list. Now we are given to learn that NIA will definitely be seeking remand as far as his custody is concerned. So yes, a very, very crucial development. The security has been completely briefed up here all across National Investigation Agency. The Delhi police team is also here. So yes, we are awaiting the arrival of this very gangster Anmol Bishnoi, whose extradition is taking place just after 1 year. And the last year, India has requested for his extradition, and right after that, of course, we know that the US State Department has taken up this matter, investigated the case, and of course, we know that in November 2024, he was detained by the US authorities for traveling with a fake passport, for that matter. We have already reported on that earlier, that he was traveling on a fake document, fake passport. Yes, so very, very important development. Well, as far as the proceedings are concerned, all eyes is on the legal proceedings which will take place after various, various process that will take place. And now we are awaiting for his arrival at the NIA, and after investigation and after his medical examinations are being conducted here at NIA, he will be produced in the evening at the Patiala court. Over to you.
Right. Chandrakala, what information do we have at this point in time about where he's going to be put up? Is he going to be lodged in Tihar, or is there a chance that he might be taken to Sabarmati jail, where his brother Lawrence Bishnoi is currently put up?
Yes, as we know that his brother, of course, Lawrence Bishnoi, is in the Sabarmati jail. But yes, there is no such clarification as to what could be the next step about his lodging, because, of course, it's on the center to decide as to where he will be taken to. But yes, now we are currently understanding that, of course, NIA will be seeking remand, seeking custody as far as the Anmol Bishnoi is concerned. And of course, after that, investigation will happen, and after he will be facing legal charges, of course, he'll be facing the law. But yes, there is no such clarity as to when, where he'll be taken to, or either it could be at Sabarmati jail or other places as well. It's on the center to decide as far as his custody is concerned.
All right. Chandrakala, I request you to stay on with me. Let's go back. All right, we'll come back to Ishan in just a short bit. Chandrakala, stay on with me. Keep talking to us and tell us about this larger network of the Bishnoi gang. We know that this is one crime gang that spans across 13 states, including Delhi, Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, among many others. How is the NIA really looking into this investigation as far as the wider network is concerned, and a larger crackdown on Bishnoi gang members across the country?
Bishnoi gang has been making headlines as far as several criminal cases are concerned. Of course, we are also given to understand how Lawrence Bishnoi is related to this Khalistani separatist group, of course.
All right,
and the fact that
stay on with us. Stay on with us. On your screens now, viewers, the first and exclusive picture that is coming in on Republic TV over there. The NIA officials now have the custody of Anmol Bishnoi. That's still on your screens. This is the first and exclusive picture of Anmol Bishnoi from inside the airport, where the NIA has now officially taken over the custody. This is the latest that we are picking up. The flight has landed. The NIA has taken his custody. In just a short while from now, we expect live visuals of him being dragged out of that gate and then being taken to the Patiala House Court for the NIA to seek remand. Chandrakala, we are showing our viewers that first picture that Republic TV has accessed of gangster Anmol Bishnoi.
Right, a very crucial day for entire country, as we can see on the screen that Anmol Bishnoi is currently being brought in India. He has landed right now, and all eyes on, of course, the entire nation is waiting when he's being formally arrested by the NIA. He'll be brought to this headquarters. So yes, a very important development, because it's been a year that the Indian officials, the government team has been working effortlessly, of course, as far as this extradition of this fugitive is concerned. So yes, a very huge win for India right at this moment. All eyes on this very extradition that is taking place after a year of efforts.
Right. Chandrakala, stay on with me. Let's get our viewers more information. Joining us live is Deputy Executive Editor Shravan Sen, who's live from the newsroom. Shravan, give us more information. We understand that this man, this fugitive, this gangster was absconding since 2022.
Well, in fact, these are the first images of Anmol Bishnoi after his landing here in the national capital following the deportation that has taken place from United States of America. National Investigation Agency, in fact, has also put out an official statement of taking him into custody. We are now being told that in a few moments from now, he'll be taken out from the IGI airport and taken to Patiala House Court, where he would be produced in the court for further remand. Remember, he's been on the run since 2022. In fact, in the year 2023, the National Investigation Agency had first filed a charge sheet against Anmol Bishnoi, naming him in a syndicate which was being run by him along with his brother Lawrence Bishnoi. Remember, Lawrence Bishnoi happens to be in the custody of the National Investigation Agency, currently lodged in Sabarmati jail. As far as Anmol Bishnoi is concerned, multiple cases have been registered against him, starting from the national capital, where we are given to understand the National Investigation Agency has been looking into an extortion racket that was being run by Anmol Bishnoi. Apart from that, in Mumbai, remember Salman Khan's case of the actor receiving threats from Lawrence Bishnoi, and the firing that has taken place outside Salman Khan's residence too. There too you have Anmol Bishnoi's name essentially emerging. The latest case, of course, being that part of the Mumbai crime branch, which is probing Baba Siddique's murder case, in which once again Anmol Bishnoi's name had basically surfaced. If we can once again go back full frame to the visuals of Anmol Bishnoi, who's just been brought back. These are the following details that we have with regards to the previous cases that have been registered against Anmol Bishnoi, who was charge sheeted by NIA in 2023. And the charge is that he has been working actively along with Goldie Brar as well as Lawrence Bishnoi, and has committed various terrorist activities starting from 2020 to about 2023, that from the time that he has been on the run. In fact, it was in the month of November. It was in the month of November that we are given to understand that he was taken into custody by the US authorities, and thereafter the National Investigation Agency was essentially informed about him being taken into custody, and thereafter the matter came up before the Justice Department, where we are given to understand that the National Investigation Team had also made a representation on behalf of the Indian government that he should be extradited. Now remember, he has been deported is what we are being told. We'll try and see if we can go across to our reporters on the ground. In fact, outside IGI airport is my colleague Ishan getting us the latest images from there. Ishan.
Yes, we are live here in front of IGI airport, and this is shown, and it is being shown that Anmol Bishnoi will be brought out from behind me. The gate behind me is being tightened with a lot of security, and a lot of security measures have taken place to take Anmol Bishnoi back into custody of NIA. NIA team has taken custody of Anmol Bishnoi inside, and his handover process has taken place. I'll ask my video to show you the deployment of security personnel across, where CISF and Delhi police teams are working in coordination to show the visuals, to show the layers of security that has been provided to Anmol Bishnoi, and we will be bringing you all these live visuals from here. Anmol Bishnoi, NIA has launched a significant multi-year investigation into Lawrence Bishnoi's criminal syndicate, treating it as a major terror gangster nexus with international dimensions. This particularly relevant because currently the networks between Khalistani organizations and the Bishnoi gang had come forth, and he is one of the prime accused in murder of Sidhu Moosewala. The NIA registered its primary case against Bishnoi gang on 4th of August 2022 through Delhi Police's special cell, and formally took over the investigation in August of 2022. Under the UAPA, investigation has expanded into multiple charge sheet filings. The 5th charge sheet was filed in 2025, bringing the total number of charges against 22 accused individuals. There are 18 different cases registered against him currently. And all these 18 cases are across the nation, where multiple crimes have been registered against him, and now the primary focus is on the jurisdiction and the seeking of custody of Anmol Bishnoi by various agencies, because we already know that Delhi Police, Punjab Police, Haryana Police and Rajasthan Police have independently sought custody of Anmol Bishnoi, but it will be the prerogative of the central government to ensure, in the larger light of justice, to ensure that the proceedings take place lawfully. Back to studio.
Yeah. Ishan, you mentioned right. Ishan, you mentioned a multi-layered investigation, and that's exactly what I was coming to. Multiple police teams from across the country have independently sought investigation into the series of cases and FIRs that have now been filed against Anmol Bishnoi. What is it that we can, expect from the trial?
The trial is set to proceed before, first of all, the custody was granted to NIA. Now, NIA has made multiple UAPA allegations against Anmol Bishnoi, and the initial trial against him will be done under the UAPA Act. Once the UAPA Act has been invoked, the case becomes a centralized case, and most of the allegations that have been levied against him, from smuggling of arms and ammunition, the links to BKI and other provision of support to such organizations, will definitely come to light. Now, all this has to be determined by a central agency to how to proceed in this case. So the first step in all of this is the medical examination. So Anmol, after being brought out of the airport, will be taken for medical examinations. Once the medical examination is completed, thereafter he will be presented before a magistrate, and NIA will be seeking for remand. Once remand has been granted, thereafter the formal investigation and recording of Anmol's statements can begin. Once this has begun, the entire criminal proceedings and the entire criminal network may be unraveled, along with his 22 co-accused in this particular case of NIA. Back to you.
Right. Ishan, I also have Chandrakala joining us live. She's been reporting from the NIA headquarters in the national capital. Chandrakala, you know, this man has been absconding since 2022. If you can run our viewers through. All right. We'll come back to Chandrakala in just a short while. Ishan, I'd like to stay with you as you report live from outside the IGI airport. But in just a short while from now, we are expected to get those first visuals of live visuals of Anmol Bishnoi in the NIA custody. Ishan, you know, this man has been on the run since 2022. If you can give our viewers a sense of the timeline of the entire case between him fleeing India and the Indian agencies today, you know, building a watertight case against this gangster, which has ultimately led to a successful extradition.
Anmol Bishnoi used a fake passport in 2022 to flee India. We have been showing the visuals of the fake passports since morning, and the NIA investigation has established a critical connection between the Bishnoi gang and the prescribed Babbar Khalsa International, a terrorist organization. The charge sheet reveals that the gang and BKI had jointly conspired to spread terrorism across India through targeted killings, extortion, arms smuggling and drug trafficking. The investigation uncovered evidence that the syndicate coordinated with Pakistan-based BKI operatives, including Alvinder Singh, alias Rinda, and maintains connection between pro-Khalistani elements in Canada. The NIA's investigation also established a connection between weapons smuggling, explosives trafficking from Pakistan to India. The Bishnoi BKI nexus was allegedly responsible for the RPG attack on Punjab State Intelligence Headquarters in Mohali, which was carried out on the directions of Khalistani terrorists.
Right. Ishan, stay on with me. Let's, for those of our viewers who are just tuning in, let's give them a little bit of context. These are the live visuals that we are getting in from Delhi IGI Airport. On the left of your screens is the first visual, the first picture of Anmol Bishnoi that Republic TV has exclusively accessed. He is now officially in NIA custody. His plane has landed. What we understand at this point of time is that at this moment, the immigration formalities are currently underway. And that gate that you see on the right of your screens is the gate from where we can expect the authorities to bring him out. He was absconding since 2022. He is the 19th accused to be arrested for his involvement in the terror syndicate led by his jailed brother, Lawrence Bishnoi. Ishan, I'd like to come back to you. This is more information that we are picking up about how extensive this Lawrence Bishnoi gang really is as far as their operations is concerned. He's the 19th accused to be arrested. How many more gang members are currently under the NIA radar is my next question to you, because he is sort of like the mastermind. He has been the prime accused in several of these cases. But I want to understand how the NIA is really, you know, expanding its probe as far as the crackdown on other gang members is concerned.
Absolutely. This is a very large gang that has been operating across India with impunity. There are approximately 700 shooters that are listed in this gang by the NIA in its charge sheet. Now, this charge sheet involves the this charge sheet shows the close nexus between drug smuggling, weapons trafficking, extortion and racketeering. All these crimes are punishable, and now the invocation of UAPA has brought about the involvement of the NIA. NIA took over the investigation in around 2022, and since then NIA has filed multiple charge sheets. This is the 5th charge sheet that was filed in October of 2025, which mentions 22 individuals of priority, of which 19 have already been arrested, Anmol Bishnoi being the 20th person, and 2 are still absconding. The remaining 2 are believed to be absconding since 2022 also. Now this particular charge sheet mentions around 700 member gang that has shooters across the nation, and they use this network to terrorize and threaten multiple people, and mostly important people. Now this BKI and Bishnoi gang nexus was key because it was the primary nexus that provided weapon smuggling, drug smuggling and trafficking, and they were trafficking weapons from Pakistan into India, and they were in close connect with Khalistani based BKI terrorists. Now this BKI terrorist group had ordered the Bishnoi gang to carry out an attack on the Mohali based state intelligence agency, and for which a rocket propelled grenade was smuggled in from Pakistan, and now NIA has taken custody of Bishnoi at T3 airport, and we'll be bringing you live visuals of him as he comes out of the VIP gate of T3 Indira Gandhi International Airport.
Sir. All right, live visual coming in, and Ishan getting us all the latest updates from Ground Zero. That's Anmol Bishnoi being dragged back to India as he's arrested by the NIA. Live visuals coming in from the IGI airport, Indira Gandhi International Airport in the national capital. Fugitive Anmol has been dragged back, and he will be facing trial here in the country as he faces multiple charges, serious charges against him, and NIA bringing back Anmol Bishnoi. Ishan continues to be with us. Ishan, for the benefit of our viewers, just take us through what accusations and what charges will be faced by Anmol Bishnoi. How this case is going to be has been built so far by the NIA?
See, the primary case against Bishnoi was built out by the NIA in 2022. The investigation was taken under the UAPA Act, that is the Prevention of Unlawful Activities Act. Now this investigation expanded into multiple charge sheet filings accusing 22 individuals. 18 have already been arrested, and the 19th is Anmol, who is being arrested now. So the only 3 remain absconding now. This nexus between the terror outfit BKI and the Bishnoi gang was brought out by the investigation done by the NIA. The use of drug money and targeted killings was used as a tool to spread terror across India. Now this brought the Bishnoi gang under the terror lens, and that is how Indian agencies NIA brought forth multiple charges and persuaded its counterparts in the United States to extradite Bishnoi back to India. The United States, under the Trump administration, has a very different prerogative to deportation of illegal immigrants, and when Bishnoi was arrested in California by the Homeland Security agencies, it was because of visa norms violation, because Bishnoi had travelled from India to United States under a false passport using false pretenses, and thereafter using these false passport and pretenses he was arrested in California and thereafter put under house arrest and ankle monitoring for about 1 year. This caused a lot of then the agencies in India and the United States started coordinating, and this coordination brought about the extradition of Anmol Bishnoi back to India along with 199 other individuals. Now these other individuals, 2 are criminals from Punjab, wanted by the Punjab police in drug smuggling and racketeering cases, and the other 197 individuals are people who had used falsified documents to travel into the United States. Now all these 200 people are being brought back on the same plane where NIA has taken custody of Anmol Bishnoi inside the T3 airport and will be bringing him out of this gate in a short while.
All right, so that is, those are the details. Anmol Bishnoi being extradited to India. He is the brother of gangster Lawrence Bishnoi, remember. And he's wanted in several criminal cases, as Ishan was pointing out. That includes the murder of NCP leader Baba Siddique. And he's now extradited from the United States following a request from the Indian authorities. It's a big win for the Indian agencies, of course. And now he's all set to arrive in New Delhi. And Republic TV is getting you that live input from the IGI airport. He will be, in fact, coming along with 199 deportees that have been sent back by the Trump administration, and a flight carrying Anmol Bishnoi and 2 fugitives wanted by the Punjab police and other deputies have already departed from the United States. So New Delhi, of course, is waiting for Anmol Bishnoi's arrival, and he will be, of course, tried. He will be tried here. He will be produced in the Patiala House Court as NIA will be granted. He is in, of course, he is in NIA custody, as you can see. He is with the 2 NIA officials. That's the first photograph of Anmol Bishnoi in NIA custody. As you can see, he has been arrested and extradited to India. He faces multiple terror cases against him related to terror cases. He has been charged by NIA for aiding gangster Goldie Brad as well. And all right, I think we are getting in live visuals. Live visuals coming in right now from the Delhi airport. I think there's a glitch in the network, but we were just getting some movement. I think there was some movement we reported from the airport. The most wanted has been deported, and I think we will be getting some live scenes from the airport, as I can see that there is some movement. I think Ishan is moving. Ishan, if you can just tell us what are you witnessing right now? Is there any movement? Ishan. All right, I think we have disconnected. I think the call has been disconnected. We'll try and reconnect with Ishan, but I think there is some movement. Perhaps that's why the camera has also moved. These are live visuals coming in. So this is, of course, a big win for the agencies after Tahawwur Rana, the 2611 conspirator, the terrorist that has been brought back months ago. Now, the gangster Anmol Bishnoi, one of the most wanted, has been brought back to India. And we just got you the first picture of Anmol Bishnoi as well. And we're going to get you the first pictures of him arriving at the airport as well. So the NIA will be demanding custody from the court. Ishan, tell us more. What are you right now witnessing at the airport?
We just received information that he might be brought out of gate number 6 of Terminal 3 arrival. We were all initially informed that he would be brought out of the special entry gate that is behind the Terminal 3. Now we have just been informed that, he will be brought out of gate number 6 of the Terminal 3 airport. We are tracking the frame continuously, wherein it will be seen that he will be brought out of this gate shortly. The accused had been, the NIA conducted a coordinated raids against this gang, and multiple cases have been registered in Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Chandigarh. Seizing of illegal weapons has been done. Now the culmination of the case comes as Anmol Bishnoi is brought back to India to face justice.
Absolutely. Brother of jailed gangster Lawrence Bishnoi and Anmol Bishnoi are all set to arrive from gate number 6, as the information that Ishan was getting to us. The main accused in the murder of NCP leader Baba Siddique, deported from the United States. Remember, he's accused in the case related to the firing outside Salman Khan's residence as well. He'll be taken to Delhi's Patiala House Court, and he'll be then formally arrested by the NIA. He hails from Fazilka in Punjab and is among the 200 Indian nationals who have been sent back from the United States. He is the younger brother of Lawrence Bishnoi, and he has around 18 cases pending against him across the country. And agencies are also focusing on his alleged role in the murder of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala in 2022 as well. And of course, NCP leader Baba Siddique Siddique's killing in 2024. So Anmol is suspected to having fled on a fake passport after Moosewala's killing in 2022. And his asylum application was turned down by a court last week. He was arrested last year in the United States, so that was a big success already. The road was being cleared for his extradition as he was arrested last year in the United States. And also, asylum application was turned down by a court last week in US, and then he was arrested for traveling with fake documents, and now India formally requested Anmol's extradition in January last year after the NIA filed a charge sheet against him in 2023. And the NIA also alleged that he assisted another wanted gangster, Goldie Brar. So he's a close aide of Goldie Brar as well, along with his brother Lawrence Bishnoi, in terror-related activities between 2020 and 2023. And live visuals right now coming in from the Delhi International Airport, the IGI Airport, gate number 6, where Anmol Bishnoi is expected to arrive from. And this is the fugitive Anmol, the gangster who's facing multiple charges on accounts of terror as well, is a key accused in the killing of and the murder of NCP leader Baba Siddique as well. He has been absconding since 2022, so it's a big achievement for the Indian agencies, viewers. Anmol being extradited to India. He is the 19th accused. In fact, he is to be arrested for his involvement in terror syndicate led by his jailed brother Lawrence Bishnoi. So in that syndicate, and there have been multiple arrests. He's the 19th of them. And this is a big achievement. And of course, he has been charge-sheeted by the NIA 2 years back in March 2023 after investigations in the case had established that he had actively aided designated individual terrorist Goldie Brar and Lawrence Bishnoi in the commission of various acts of terrorism in the country for the period of 3 years, that is 2020 to 2023. So he is in fact facing more than 18 cases across India, from Rajasthan, Haryana, in Mumbai, of course. There are many states that have registered case against this man called Anmol Bishnoi. He's also facing charge. He's also one of the accused in the Sidhu Moosewala murder, and he will be now facing trial in several of those cases. Extradition, very important. It's a very important step and an important sign of progress, if you can see, for him to face justice, to be brought to justice. Immigration formalities being carried out as we speak, and they have been completed, we are told. His immigration formalities have been completed, and anytime now, Anmol Bishnoi, wanted in multiple terror cases, will be exiting the airport and will be going straight to Patiala House Court. Ishan continues to get us more live updates. Any more information that you're getting for us, Ishan, from the airport, as everybody has their eyes on at gate number 6?
We all are awaiting the arrival of Anmol Bishnoi from gate number 6 at Delhi airport. However, he has not yet come out. We have information that NIA has taken custody of him inside the airport, and once the NIA has taken custody of him, he will be charged under multiple charge sheets. The NIA had conducted a coordinated multi-state raids to seize his assets in 2024. The agency has been keeping close eyes on his operations from across 32 locations in Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Delhi, Chandigarh, seizing illegal weapons, ammunition, explosive, digital devices, incriminating documents. In January 2025, NIA attached 4 properties owned by the gang member across Haryana, Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, valued, and proceeds from the terrorism used to plan conspiracies, extortion rackets, and spreading of terror through use of social media and other methods are the primary charges that are being leveled against it. The high-profile cases under the NIA investigation is the Baba Siddique murder case. The gang had claimed responsibility of the same in 12th October 2024. After that, the Salman Khan case, where the actor Salman Khan was started to being threatened in 2018, and there was a shooting outside his residence in 2024. The Sidhu Moosewala murder, the gang was responsible for the May 2022 killing of Punjabi singer Sidhu Moosewala, which is a central case in the NIA's investigation. Now, the Sidhu Moosewala case was the prime impetus for the NIA to start the extradition proceedings against Anmol Bishnoi. The 18 cases involve organized crime, extortion, targeted killings, conspiracy. The Baba Siddique murder case, Lawrence Bishnoi was the chief of the gang and oversaw as coordinator. He allegedly directed international operations from abroad using encrypted communications via platforms like Snapchat with shooters and provide logistical support to criminal activities. He has now been involved in the NIA's most wanted list, and he had a bounty on his head for around 10 lakh rupees. The NIA specifically targeted the gang's infrastructure for international operations in May 2025, and the agency arrested Rahul Sarkar, who was running the Bishnoi gang's passport module, arranging for forged travel documents for gang members seeking to flee India after committing crime. Shankar was charged in October 2025 as the 22nd accused, with evidence growing and show the facilitation of escape of high-profile gang members, including Sachin Tirpan Bishnoi, allegedly responsible for actually shooting Sidhu Moosewala. In a significant development in September 2025, Canada designated the Bishnoi gang as a terror entity under its criminal code, marking the formal international recognition of the gang's terror activities. This enables asset freezing of the criminal prosecution of the Canadian affiliates.
Right. Many thanks, Isham, for joining us. We will keep coming back to you as the frame that is coming in right now. We're soon likely to see Anmol Bishnoi being taken out and straight to the Patiala court. We will be coming back to you, but right now, viewers, we shift our focus to the other story that we're tracking for you, the crackdown that is underway in Jammu now. The Counter-Intelligence Unit of Jammu Kashmir Police raided the high-security Kota Balwal Central Jail. It's home to hardcore Pakistani terrorists. Here's more in that.
The high-security Kota Balwal Central Jail in Jammu turned into a massive search zone today as the Counter-Intelligence Jammu unit launched coordinated raids inside the complex. Teams moved through multiple blocks of the prison, which houses hardcore Pakistan militants, local terrorists and notorious criminals. The operation aims to dismantle a terror network reportedly being run from inside the jail. Investigators are tracking possible links with Pakistan-based handlers. These raids come amid an intensifying investigation into the recently exposed white-collar terror module and the Red Fort car blast of November 10.
The Counter-Intelligence Jammu is carrying out raids as we speak at the Central Jail in Jammu, as well as this is the fourth set of raids. First set of raid was in Rajouri and Kathua, then it was in the Udhampur, and then in the Kishtwar district jail they have carried out raids. As we speak, the raids are underway because this is a high-profile jail. Reason being that this houses many of the terrorists from Lashkar-e-Toiba, Hizbul Mujahideen, and also from the Jaish-e-Mohammed. So that is on the radar of the security agencies. And what the agencies are trying to do, they are trying to ensure that the jails in Jammu and Kashmir do not become a breeding ground for the criminal activities and the terror activities like what we have seen in Punjab, that the jails have become a breeding ground for such activities that are subversive to the sovereignty of India. So here the raids are underway. We are told that every barrack is being thoroughly searched. Even the relatives of the inmates, those who have come to meet them, they have also been stopped from meeting them till the time the raids are underway. We are told that the subsequent raids are also following in the Pune district also, where the jails are being thoroughly searched. So this is a part of a larger non-kinetic operation that was announced and directed by the DGP Nalin Prabhat on 6th of November and is continuing since then for last couple of weeks, 2 weeks it's been, and this non-kinetic operation is underway in which more than 4,000 locations have been searched by the Jammu and Kashmir police, with over 300 being detained for the activities that are detrimental to the security.
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi to inaugurate the South India Natural Farming Summit in Coimbatore of Tamil Nadu today. The purpose of the summit is to showcase the natural farming practice propagated by the organic farmer, late Nammalvar, to the world. 5,000 farmers are expected to attend the summit. Fire broke out at a hotel in Collector Ganj area earlier today. Fire brigade vehicles extinguished the fire. No casualties reported. Heavy rains led to waterlogging in Thoothukudi in Tamil Nadu. IMD has issued a yellow alert for the district, also announcing an orange alert for several areas of the Tirunelveli district. Weather agency says that the low pressure area over the southwest Bay of Bengal and adjoining Sri Lanka had moved closer to the Comorin region. Ministry of External Affairs has begun issuing e-passports across the country to further strengthen passport security standards. Anyone who applies for a new passport or renewed one on or after the 28th of May 2025 will receive an e-passport. Moscow and Naypyidaw have now concluded their third joint naval drill, Marumex 2025. The exercise will strengthen Russia's access to the Andaman Sea and widen its reach into the Indian Ocean. Here's more.
Russia is stepping up its naval presence in Southeast Asia, with warships from its Pacific Fleet making a high-profile visit to Myanmar's Thilava port. 3 Russian Pacific Fleet warships sailed out of Thilava port with Myanmar Navy vessels, launching the third joint naval security exercise. This partnership gives Moscow a strategic entry point into the Andaman Sea and strengthens its reach towards the Indian Ocean. For China and the Asian nations, Russia's growing presence adds a new layer to an already competitive Indo-Pacific security landscape.
Time for a short break. We're on the other side. We'll get you the update in the Pune land scam. Ajit Pawar's son Parth not named in the 300 crore rupee Pune land deal report.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर मसाला
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
So in the past, we would see most of the terrorists who would get arrested, they would be like the people who would be working at a very low level.
infrastructure industry, the real estate industry, and everything associated with it eventually is a huge contribution, not just to the country's GDP, but to our overall potential to be a global player. What's the big picture? Let's set the context to this. Why are we doing this?
We are bringing about a very credible voice for the home buyers, for the real estate investors, through Republic TV's amazing platform.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Today, for most parts of the developed world, in Europe, in the United States, in the Middle East, Australia, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, they are all finding in India a trusted partner, and this is going to drive huge amounts of investment and technology, which will not only serve the needs of a growing aspirational India, which will also be the sourcing base for the world.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Republic TV. This is live and breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Let's get started with all the top stories of the day that we're tracking for you. On the run since 2022, wanted gangster Anmol Bishnoi dragged back on Indian soil. Hearing at Patiala House Court next. US report exposes China's disinformation campaign after Operation Sindoor. China used fake AI images to hinder the sales of the French Rafale aircraft. "272 signatories write an open letter to Rahul Gandhi's tarnish campaign on the Election Commission. Former judges, ambassadors, veterans, part of the signatories. Air India demands 4,000 crore rupees subsidy from the government for Operation Sindoor impact. Meeting at PMO concludes. Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar not named in 300 crore rupee Pune land deal report. Prime Minister Modi to hold talks with E. Palaniswamy in Coimbatore. Crucial talks ahead of the Tamil Nadu polls also on the cards. Now, the authorities are probing videos linked to terrorist Umar Nabi after 4 clips were reportedly extracted from a mobile phone said to belong to him, who has been handed over to the NIA. Now, according to investigative details, Umar Nabi allegedly gave the phone to his brother during a visit to Srinagar, and he later instructed him to dispose it in a drain near their house. Now, Umar's brother was subsequently arrested on the night of the Delhi blast, with investigators claiming that the phone was dumped following Umar's instructions as part of efforts to conceal evidence. So that's the latest input that we're getting in as far as this 10-11 conspiracy is concerned. Umar Nabi's brother, remember, his brother, his mother and father have also been interrogated. Shambhavi joins us live on the broadcast for more. Shambhavi, well, of course, it's a key, it's a very important information that we're getting in. Videos have also been recovered that have been now handed over to NIA for investigation. Any idea what these videos are about?
Well, yes, this is in addition to already available videos that the investigating agencies have got their hands on. This new person, the person, Umar's brother, who was arrested the night of the blast, he has come up even previously. His name has come up previously because he was the one who was in contact with the cross-border handlers and was constantly getting directions for Umar and the terrorist doctor module from Pakistan itself. And this video could be regarding the surveillance videos, because previously there was information that these people were sending surveillance videos of several places from Delhi as well as other parts of the country what were the places that were on their target list. So this could be about that, because there was constant communication between this terrorist doctor module, between Umar, Shaheen and several cross-border handlers from where they used to get direction about where to carry the blast, what timing should be set and in what way. Like there were cars which were designated vehicles, explosive laden vehicles which would be used. So there is a strong possibility that could be either the surveillance videos of other places that were on their list, or it could also be new information about how they were actually consolidating the IEDs or the explosive that they were planning on making, because just day before yesterday, Danish, this technical backbone of this system was being interrogated, and he has come up, this new person Danish has come up, and he's been also sent to 10-day of NIA custody. So this could be about the process, because this man was involved in trying and doing test run for the drones that they could use for surveillance and also for other purposes. He also attempted to make a rocket before the blast, before the Red Fort blast. So these are the possible angles that those videos could entail. Back to you.
And since you're also at the Al-Falah University, you know, the chairperson has also been arrested. There are multiple raids that have been conducted at the Al-Falah. The funding, especially under scanner, the ED has recovered the whole money trail. How, there was this, there were crores and crores of money that were in fact being raised, and there are multiple questions that if it was being used for this very terror lab, this very terror module, what are you picking up on that front?
Definitely, on the front of the funds that the Al-Falah got from what were the sources of it. So now we know that around 450 crores was the amount that Al-Falah University and particularly Javed Siddique has laundered through different sources, and also by false accreditation claims. They used to get students to study here on the basis of false accreditation claims. Republic has broke this story just a few days ago. We've also shown their forms of Al-Falah University, where it is very clearly and boldly written that Al-Falah University accredited by NAAC, which is absolutely false. NAAC has also issued a show cause notice to the university that they have to give them a reason why shouldn't their license or their registration be cancelled, and has also appealed to the government to cancel every affiliation with the university itself. So funding has been a point that has been a very crucial point for this trail.
Many thanks, Shambhavi, for joining us with those details coming in. We'll keep coming back to you for more inputs on that 10-11 conspiracy case that we're closely tracking now. Jammu Kashmir Chief Minister Umar Abdullah has meanwhile questioned the agencies over continuing violence in the region, now remarking He said that while blasts are avoided in Delhi, similar tragedies persist in Jammu Kashmir, costing innocent lives. He said that the Union Territory has witnessed decades of bloodshed and recalled assurances given in 2019 that such incidents would end. So he said that the centre had indicated that there will be that terror is being wiped out, that there will be no terror attacks, and he is raking this up in light of the 10/11 attack at the Red Fort. Listen in.
मौजूदा हालात के बारे में हम क्या कहें ना, अगर दिल्ली में नहीं फट रहा है तो यहाँ पे फट रहा है। बेगुनाह लोग जो हैं वो अपनी जानें गंवा रहे हैं। कल मैं 5 जगहों पे गया ताज़ियत के लिए, आज 2 और जगह जा रहा हूँ। आखिरकार हम तो चाहते हैं कि कभी ना कभी ये सिलसिला रुके। 30-35 साल में जम्मू कश्मीर ने, बिलखसूस कश्मीर ने बहुत खून खराबा देखा है। हमें तो कहा गया था कि बस अब नहीं होगा, कि 2019 के बाद अब ये सारा सिलसिला बंद हो जाएगा, लेकिन नहीं हुआ। अब क्यों नहीं हुआ, ये आपको उन लोगों से पूछना होगा जो हमारे सिक्योरिटी के जिम्मेदार हैं। वो जिम्मेदारी हमारे हाथ में है नहीं।
Now, a major crackdown is underway in Jammu. The counter-intelligence unit of Jammu Kashmir Police raided the high-security Kot Bhalwal Central Jail that's home to hardcore terrorists. Here's more on that.
The high-security Kot Bhalwal Central Jail in Jammu turned into a massive search zone today as the counter-intelligence Jammu unit launched coordinated raids inside the complex. Teams moved through multiple blocks of the prison, which houses hardcore Pakistan militants, local terrorists and notorious criminals. The operation aims to dismantle a terror network reportedly being run from inside the jail. Investigators are tracking possible links with Pakistan-based handlers. These raids come amid an intensifying investigation into the recently exposed white-collar terror module and the Red Fort car blast of November 10.
The counterintelligence Jammu is carrying out raids as we speak at the central jail in Jammu, as well as this is the 4th set of raids. First set of raid was in Rajouri and Kathua, then it was in the Udhampur, and then in the Kishtwar district jail they have carried out raids. As we speak, the raids are underway because this is a high-profile jail. Reason being that this houses many of the terrorists from Lashkar-e-Toiba, Hizbul Mujahideen, and also from the Jaish-e-Mohammed. So that is on the radar of the security agencies. And what the agencies are trying to do, they are trying to ensure that the jails in Jammu and Kashmir do not become a breeding ground for the criminal activities and the terror activities like what we have seen in Punjab, that the jails have become a breeding ground for such activities that are subversive to the sovereignty of India. So here the raids are underway. We are told that every barrack is being thoroughly searched. Even the relatives of the inmates, those who have come to meet them, they have also been stopped from meeting them till the time the raids are underway. We are told that the subsequent raids are also following in the Pune district also, where the jails are being thoroughly searched. So this is a part of a larger non-kinetic operation that was announced and directed by the DGP Nalin Prabhat on 6th of November and is continuing since then for last couple of weeks, 2 weeks it's been, and this non-kinetic operation is underway in which more than 4,000 locations have been searched by the Jammu and Kashmir police, with over 300 being detained for the activities that are detrimental to the security.
Now, a 3-member committee headed by Joint Inspector General of Registration Rajendra Muthe has submitted its report on the controversial 300 crore rupee Pune land deal involving a firm co-owned by Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar's son Parth Pawar. The committee indicted the 3 individuals already named in the related police FIR, but did not mention Parth as his name did not appear on any of the documents reviewed. Now, why is Parth Pawar not named? That's the biggest question. Is he being shielded? We ask on Republic TV. In fact, social activist Anjali Damania has alleged that Ajit Pawar is shielding his son Parth Pawar in this major Pune land deal scam.
देखिए, उस प्रकरण में एक कमेटी गठित की थी। उस कमेटी के अंतर्गत यहाँ पर पूरी जांच हो गई है। जांच के जो कमेटी थी उनका अगर आप रिकॉर्ड देखोगे तो वो लोग आज तक ब्यूरोक्रेसी में निष्कलंक लोग, निष्पक्ष लोग हैं, जिन्होंने आज तक जहाँ भी जॉब किया है किसी पार्टी के लिए नहीं तो जनता के लिए, जो ब्यूरोक्रेसी के नियमों के अधीन रहकर वहाँ पर उन्होंने काम किया है। अभी ये जो मतलब जो लोग आरोप कर रहे हैं वो खाली राजनीति के फायदे के लिए, अभी यहाँ पर लोकल बॉडी का इलेक्शन चल रहा है उसके लिए ये आरोप कर रहे हैं। मुझे लगता है इनके आरोप जानबूझकर अजीत दादा को डैमेज करने के लिए आरोप है। अजीत दादा ने खुद कमेटी बिठाई थी, कमेटी में कोई भी निष्पक्ष की तरीके से जांच हो गया, ऐसा दादा ने खुद बोला था।
लेकिन जिस तरह से एफआईआर में नाम नहीं है, एफआईआर में नाम नहीं है, अभी कमेटी की जो रिपोर्ट आई उसमें भी नाम नहीं है, तो लोग सवाल खड़े कर रहे हैं कि आखिर अजीत पवार, क्योंकि डिप्टी सीएम है।
देखिए, जो लोग आरोप लगा रहे हैं उन्होंने अगर ये डॉक्यूमेंट्स पढ़े होते, कायदा कानून समझ में आता, तो ये लोग इस तरीके से बात नहीं करते। क्योंकि पावर ऑफ अटर्नी उस कंपनी की दूसरे बंदे को दिया, उसने पूरा व्यवहार किया। जिसके पास पावर ऑफ अटर्नी होती है उसके ऊपर जो भी कंपनी का नुकसान हो, फायदा हो, वो देखता है। अगर वो कर रहे हैं उसके ऊपर ये हुआ है, तो जो मेन पर्सन है उसके ऊपर कभी, मतलब कायदे के अंतर्गत वो कभी उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई नहीं होती। वो लोग जानबूझकर खाली पवार सरनेम देखकर उनको कंट्रोवर्सी क्रिएट करना है, लोकल बॉडी इलेक्शन में उनको अजीत दादा को डैमेज करना है। इसके लिए ये सब सुपारीबाज लोग अजीत दादा के ऊपर आरोप कर रहे हैं।
कई डॉक्यूमेंट आए हैं जिसमें पार्थ का सिग्नेचर है।
देखिए, वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ, कंपनी का ओनर होना और कंपनी के ओनर होने के बावजूद पावर ऑफ अटर्नी दूसरे को देना, व्यवहार करने के लिए पूरा छूट उसको देना, तो व्यवहार के लिए जिम्मेदार पूरा वो व्यक्ति होता है। उसी कारण उनका नाम उसमें नहीं है। बट अभी उसके ऊपर इंक्वायरी चल रही है। इंक्वायरी के बाद जो भी डॉक्यूमेंट्स, जो भी रिपोर्ट सामने आएगा, उसके बाद उसके ऊपर टिप्पणी करना उचित रहेगा। आगे इंक्वायरी के चलते समय बात करेंगे तो लोगों को लगेगा कि ये लोग मतलब अलग बात कर रहे हैं। अभी इंक्वायरी चलते समय हम जैसे चुप है, उन लोगों को भी चुप रहना चाहिए। क्योंकि सिस्टम के ऊपर भरोसा रखो। उनको ना सिस्टम के ऊपर भरोसा है, ना पुलिस के ऊपर भरोसा है, ना न्यायालय के ऊपर भरोसा है। वो खुद ही फिरियादी बन रहे, वो खुद ही इंक्वायरी अधिकारी बन रहे, वो खुद ही जज बन रहे। ऐसा क्यों? क्योंकि उनको पता है ऐसा करोगे तो ही पब्लिसिटी मिलेगी, और अजीत दादा को डैमेज करोगे तो ही बख्शिश मिलेगा। डैमेज करने का उनको बख्शिश मिलने वाला है। बख्शिश के लिए यह सब उनका चल रहा है। उनको भी मालूम है आज दादा की ताकत, दादा की पॉपुलैरिटी महाराष्ट्र में बढ़ रही है। उसी कारण कुछ लोग ऐसे मोहरे सामने करके अजीत दादा को डैमेज करने का काम कर रहे हैं।
आपकी पूरे बातों से लग रहा है कि पूरा निर्दोष बता रहे हैं पार्थ पवार को।
मैं अपनी बातों से नहीं बन रहा हूं, मैं डॉक्यूमेंट्स के आधार पे बोल रहा हूं। अभी रिपोर्ट के बाद जो आपको डॉक्यूमेंट्स तो झूठ नहीं बोलेंगे, डॉक्यूमेंट्स के आधार पर हम लोग बोल रहे हैं। रिपोर्ट आने के बाद आपको भी पता चलेगा। रिपोर्ट आने तक शांति से रहिए। रिपोर्ट आने के बाद सबको पता चलेगा कि पार्थ दादा पवार इसमें पूरी तरह से निर्दोष है।
Meanwhile, social activist Anjali Damania has alleged that Deputy Chief Minister Ajit Pawar is shielding his son in this major land deal scam, claiming that Parth's name was deliberately left out of the FIR and investigation report, despite his company, Amadia Enterprises LLP, playing a central role, and says that the panel only included him in certain parts due to political pressure, demanding Ajit Pawar's resignation and a thorough probe. Listen into this exclusive conversation my colleague Satya Prakash had with Anjali Damania.
The Maharashtra government has very tactfully tried to save its alliance partner, that is the Ajit Pawar faction of the NCP, to ensure that Ajit Pawar's son is not implicated in this matter. It is a clear, open and shut case where Parth Ajit Pawar's company, Amadia LLP, has not once but twice made application for waiver of stamp duty. First, it was the adjudication which was filed before the competent authority, and that authority had ruled that they had to pay a certain amount of stamp duty. And there, in that document, which I can share with Republic Channel, it clearly shows that it was Amadia Enterprises LLP which has actually filed or made that application for adjudication. But as we all know, Maharashtra government needs Ajit Pawar time and again. And right now, for the Maharashtra government to stay in power, they need Mr. Ajit Pawar, and to shield his son. There are n number of things that are being done, but I will fight and ensure that justice is done. If any normal robber does a small robbery of 10,000, he goes behind bars. But these people like Ajit Pawar and his son seem to get away with absolutely everything. Ajit Pawar's son has actually taken over government land which is valued at 1804 crore. A, he took it for 300 crore. B, he has done documentation which is an entirely forged documentation. And within the next 1 hour, I will be taking a press conference and showing on the extent to which Amedia Enterprises had gone to expose the whole thing, and this is going to be really cracking.
हम कहेंगे दबाव की वजह से अजीत पवार के दबाव.
There is no doubt that Ajit Pawar is creating huge pressure on this government, and this will be clearly evident from the facts which I will be putting out in my press conference.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, when Republic earlier confronted Ajit Pawar on his son's involvement, here's what he had to say.
आपके बेटे के ऊपर आरोप लगा है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर अजीत पवार निकल रहे हैं, लेकिन इनके बेटे के ऊपर आरोप जो लगे हैं इस पे कुछ भी नहीं बात किया. तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं किस तरह से. सर आपके बेटे के ऊपर आरोप लगा है, आपके बेटे के अजीत पवार निकल रहे हैं, लेकिन इनके बेटे के ऊपर आरोप जो लगे हैं इस पे कुछ भी नहीं बात किया. तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं किस तरह से.
That was the first confrontation, and after that, my colleague Meenakshi also confronted Ajit Pawar just a little over a week ago. Listen into what he told her.
अजीत पवार सर, ये एमएडी एंटरप्राइज का जो एलएलपी है वो सरकारी ज़मीन कैसे, वो पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस को काम पे लगाया गया क्या, मिसयूज़ किया गया? सर आपके बेटे का नाम आ रहा है, आपका बेटा इस एमएडी एंटरप्राइज से जुड़े हुए.
मी त्यामध्ये सोमवारी मी मुंबईला बोललो, मी पुण्याला बोललो, मी बारामतीला बोललो. आता ह्याबद्दलची चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यावर आम्ही उत्तर देऊ.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस का
चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यानंतर बोलीन. सारखा सारखा तो विषय मला बोलायचं कारण नाही. मी आपल्या राज्याच्या राजधानीत बोललोय. माझ्या पुण्यामध्ये पालकमंत्री आहे म्हणून तिथं बोललोय.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस काम पे नहीं आना, मिसयूज नहीं किया गया पॉलिटिकल.
यामध्ये
आप उप मुख्यमंत्री है, आपके बेटे के ऊपर है. अजीत पवार सर, ये एमएडी एंटरप्राइज का जो एलएलपी है वो सरकारी ज़मीन कैसे, वो पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस को काम पे लगाया गया क्या, मिसयूज़ किया गया? सर आपके बेटे का नाम आ रहा है, आपका बेटा इस एमएडी एंटरप्राइज से जुड़े हुए.
मी त्यामध्ये सोमवारी मी मुंबईला बोललो, मी पुण्याला बोललो, मी बारामतीला बोललो. आता ह्याबद्दलची चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यावर आम्ही उत्तर देऊ.
पॉलिटिकल इन्फ्लुएंस का
चौकशी चालू आहे. चौकशी झाल्यानंतर